Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Podium. Clerk. Council member. Council member. Mayor. Council member. Council member. City attorney. Staff.
Recording in progress.
All right, it is 7 p.m. on April 7th. I will call the meeting to order. If we could take the roll, that would be great.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Yes, present.
Councilmember Tillman.
Here.
Councilmember Trupiano.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Ania.
Here.
Mayor Juan.
I am here.
And for the record, all council members are present, and we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. First up on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. If anyone has a comment on something not on the agenda, now is your time. I do have one speaker card. Mr. Flores. There's a button on the mic. If you press it, it'll turn the red light on and you're good to go.
Thank you. Hello, council members, mayor, vice mayor. My name is Gabriel Flores. I've been a Clayton resident for 5.5 years. Recently, I was researching a very specific topic using the Clayton City website and other public resources. And unfortunately, throughout my hours and days of research, I came to the conclusion that the city is suffering from transparency issues. Furthermore, based on my experience, I would say that the city has, in fact, become less transparent, specifically within the last few years. Older city council meeting minutes were more detailed and better transcribed, in my opinion. I think it's reasonable that the people of Clayton understand why their representatives vote the way they do. The current form of governmental communication does not allow for this kind of transparency. I was forced to watch hours-long videos in order to hear the thoughts of my representatives. It was nearly impossible for me to find when an initiative passed or when it was implemented. Often I relied on luck or just picking through a video or agenda at random and hoping that I was close. Now, I believe that we pay for a service to manage the city website, I think. On the website where the previous meetings are available to watch, there is a search function that does not work. Just getting it to work would go far in increasing the availability of public information. As it stands, having previous meetings available without providing a means to search through them in an effective way is almost useless to the average Clayton resident. Generally, and for my own mental well-being, I choose to defer to Hanlon and his razor when it comes to these sort of things. But if someone were actively trying to muddy governmental processes while technically abiding by transparency regulations, our website would be a fairly good example of how one might do that. I think it's reasonable to say that with today's technology, those who are charged with governance should meet the people where they are and provide as many means for communication as possible. I not only speak for myself when I say that it is absolutely critical for an engaged community to be able to understand what is happening, ask questions, and expect answers. Again, I reached out to the City Council for their opinions about a specific topic through email. This resulted in one informative phone call, one forwarded email to the police chief, one insult, one non-answer, and one no response. I think the council can and should do better. I think the city can do better. It's what the people of Clayton deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with public comment on non-agenda items? Okay, with that, I will close public comment and move on to our next item. I'm going to change the order a little bit. Next would be the consent calendar, but we do have a few guests here to receive a proclamation, and so I hope you don't mind if I do the proclamation first and move it in the order. So I'm going to pass item 4 right now and move forward to item 5A. This is the presentation of a proclamation recognizing March 2026. I know it's April, but we skipped our last meeting in March, so we deferred it just a bit, as American Red Cross Month. So it is in arrears. I have a proclamation to read for you, and then I think we have one to give you, if that's okay. All right, let's see if I could get my reading. So whereas March is American Red Cross Month, when we recognize the compassion of people in the city of Clayton and renew our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. And whereas American Red Cross volunteers have stepped up to deliver relief and care across the country and around the world, bringing out the best of humanity in the times of crisis, as Claire Barton, founder of the American Red Cross, did over 140 years ago. And whereas the volunteers, blood and platelet donors, and supporters shine a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours, delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills, or delivering international aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global crises. And whereas with 1,148 volunteers in Contra Costa County, the American Red Cross assisted or responded to 101 disasters, assisting 190 families, and through our Sound the Alarm program, the American Red Cross installed 778 smoke alarms, making 241 homes safer, and trained 425 students through the youth preparedness programs. Whereas Contra Costa County residents donated 18,299 units of life-saving blood, hosted 530 blood drives, and trained 12,164 citizens in first aid, CPR, AED, and aquatics, and provided 463 case services to military members and their families, and provided humanitarian aid internationally. And whereas this work to uplift our community is made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help whenever and wherever it is needed, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another. Now, therefore, I, Jeff Wan, on behalf of the Clayton City Council, do hereby proclaim March 2026 as Red Cross Month, and I encourage all citizens of Clayton to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. In witness, I have, there's a line of signature. So, Mr. Mueller, I think the actual proclamation's over here. Did you want to say a few words?
All right. Well, first off, Mayor Wan and council members, thank you for having us today. And I recognize that we are no longer in March, but nevertheless important. I am Justin Miller. I'm your regional CEO for the Northern California Coastal Region of the Red Cross. I oversee 15 counties in Northern California, but Contra Costa County is one that holds a very near and dear place to me, and specifically Clayton, because I'm also a resident here in Clayton. So again, thank you. I don't have a speech prepared, but we often tell folks the number one reason people don't support us is they weren't asked. And so just with your help, continuing to make that ask for folks to donate their time, their talent, and their treasure, whether it's rolling up a sleeve to donate blood, whether it's making a generous financial contribution, whether it's helping us get prepared. These are the things that matter and are going to set us up. So when that next big thing happens, we're able to respond and we're able to really take care of our communities. So really, again, thank you. I appreciate your support and look forward to just engaging even more in this wonderful community.
Thank you.
Let's take a picture, yeah. We love a picture.
It was fantastic. One of the great things about this.
Are we good together or are you good? Together? I don't do this right now. Okay. All right. Gotta get in close again. Closer. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You did great work.
Thank you.
Thanks, folks. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, that was item 5A, and I see that Chief Bouchard has joined. Thank you. You made it perfect timing. Yes, that is serendipitous. So our next item is item 5B, and this is a presentation of a proclamation honoring Contra Costa County Fire Protection District Chief Louis Bouchard for his service, leadership, and dedication to the community upon his retirement. They let you retire?
They brought him back.
So wait,
Somehow they hooked him back in again, right?
Retired for 5 days.
So should we hold off on the proclamation, or?
No, I'm technically retired. I don't know if I'm going to get a paycheck or not.
Is this consulting services, perhaps?
I don't know what it is yet.
Okay, so we have a proclamation for you in recognition of your retirement. So I'm gonna read it at you.
Okay.
Hold on a second. All right. So, whereas Fire Chief Louis Burchard has dedicated more than 18 years of exemplary service to the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, demonstrating unwavering commitment to public safety, leadership, and the well-being of the residents of Contra Costa County. And whereas Chief Burchard has served with distinction, earning the respect and trust of the community, the Board of Supervisors, the County Administrator's Office, and the men and women of the Fire District. And whereas during his tenure as Fire Chief, the district experienced significant organizational and operational advancements, including the annexation of the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District and the Rodeo Hercules Fire Protection District, establishing a contract for service with the City of Pinole, and providing leadership to reinstitute Fire Station 11 in the City of Clayton. And whereas Chief Burchard championed critical initiatives to strengthen emergency response capabilities, including the establishment of a firefighting hand crew program, the launch of a seasonal aerial firefighting helicopter program, the implementation of an apparatus replacement program, and increasing staffing in both operations and fire prevention. And whereas Chief Burchard championed critical initiatives to strengthen emergency response capabilities. Oh, wait, no, I did that already. Hold on. Whereas under his leadership, the district undertook the rebuilding of fire stations, expanded and modernized the Regional Fire Dispatch Center, increased 911 dispatcher staffing, strengthened and expanded ambulance services, and introduced numerous health and wellness initiatives for personnel. And whereas Chief Burchard played a vital role in advancing wildfire preparedness and resilience through significant mitigation projects and the formation of more than 40 fire-wise communities. And whereas the district achieved a substantial improvement in its Insurance Services Office rating, the ISO rating, reaching a uniform class 2Y rating, all right, reflecting enhanced service quality and protection for residents. And whereas Chief Burchard has led with integrity and professionalism through complex operational challenges, historic wildfire seasons, and a period of remarkable growth, always prioritizing the safety of both the residents and fire personnel. Whereas his retirement on March 30th, 2026, really, all right, marks the conclusion of a distinguished career and the beginning of a well-deserved new chapter. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Clayton hereby honors and recognizes Fire Chief Louis Burchard for his outstanding service, leadership, and dedication to the community. And be it further proclaimed that we extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Chief Burchard and congratulate him on his retirement, wishing him continued health, happiness, and fulfillment in the years ahead. We also have a proclamation. Would you like to say a few words about your retirement?
Microphone on. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, it's on. Mayor Juan, members of the City Council, staff, thank you very much. I appreciate all the accolades. As you know, I didn't do most of that. We have an amazing team at Confire that is very motivated and passionate about the profession that they're in and protecting the public and serving in the manner that they do. And so every once in a while, I would just sort of light a spark, but they would take it from there, if you know what I mean. So I'm humbled by your words and know that they mean the world to me because they represent what Confire has become, and I think what Confire will continue to be in the future. And a huge part of our success as a fire protection district is the relationships that we have, both internally, labor management, with our members, with our elected body, the county administrator's office, but also with the cities that we serve. As you know, it's a unique relationship to have a special district be part of your primary emergency services delivery system. And it's not necessarily completely unique, but it's also not always the same throughout the state. City departments versus fire protection districts. And the relationship that we have with the city of Clayton, I think, has helped us get to a point where we've had a lot of success in protecting the public, not just in Clayton, but throughout Contra Costa County and our jurisdiction. It used to be that Clayton was sort of the end of the tracks for Con Fire, and you were at the end of our network, and now you're kind of in the middle of our network with the annexation of East Contra Costa Fire. So it sometimes is easier for me knowing that boundaries are even less important now through the annexations, and that we can focus on providing service and being as efficient as we can. So I appreciate all the support that you've given me throughout the years. It means the world to us to host, for you to host the annual Firefighter Memorial on September 11th in Clayton at Fire Station 11. It's not lost on me that this coming September 11th is going to be the 25th anniversary of September 11th. And we're looking forward to having a very meaningful memorial again this year in Clayton. So I appreciate everything that you've done for us. And as I said, that relationship and that partnership, and I know that that will continue regardless of whoever takes my spot permanently at the end of my 4 to 6 week role here as a retired annuitant. So again, thank you. I really appreciate it, and wish you and Clayton and Confire all the best in the years to come. I know it'll be successful.
Thank you. I just want to say, when I first moved to where I live, there was a significant fire just like a month or two after I moved in. And we were worried because we were like on the edge. But the helicopters that came and dropped the barrels into the lake right near the house and just kept flying, doing circles out there. It was amazing to watch. So.
And if I could, really quick, just a couple of points. We have a new helicopter coming in on May 1st. And by new, I mean actually brand new coming in. So it'll be from May 1st through October 31st. It's still deployed out of Byron at the present moment. But it's a little bit faster and it carries a little bit more water than what we had over the last 2 years. And it's new, so it'll be much more mechanically reliable. Coming up in May, and you'll receive, no, it'll actually be in June, our new communication center will be done. It's almost done, and we keep having delays because of AT&T or PG&E and other issues that have moved the construction project back 2 weeks at a time, if you will. So in June, you'll have a state-of-the-art $20 million communication center that's servicing the predominance of Contra Costa County. So there'll be a bit of a ribbon cutting ceremony, and would invite you to attend that and see the inside of this new center that dispatches all of your ambulances and fire apparatus throughout most of Contra Costa County.
Excellent. All right. We have a proclamation for you.
Sure.
That's right. Yeah.
So now you're limited to the amount of time you retire.
Correct. Yeah, I'll probably only do a couple hundred hours. And then I was retired for a week. It felt like good. The cell phone was turned off. I never checked email. Yeah. And then somebody called. So yeah.
We still need copies.
So yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jim, thanks for your lesson. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, that concludes item 5A and 5B. I will return us back to our regularly scheduled agenda on the consent calendar, which is item 4. Does anyone have anything that they would like to pull from the consent calendar?
Yes, I have a couple of items.
Your
Microphone.
mic.
Anyway, item 4C and 4E. And
E as an echo?
E as an echo.
All right. Let me ask everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Anyone
I
else
have
have?
D and F.
All right, so this,
yeah.
okay, so the consent calendar is getting smaller. All right, does anyone have anything to pull for A or B? No, okay. So let's take them in order. Item C, so Councilmember Diaz?
Yeah, the only thing that I'm interested in, that has always been an item where we got a number of people from the residential community up there. Did we have any input from them?
Mayor, Councilman, we did not have any input from them or comments from them at all.
But they were notified.
They were
obviously
notified.
appropriately.
This is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
No news is good news. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have anything for item C? Nope, okay,
I just
cool.
have one small thing
For C?
that yep,
Okay,
that I let the clerk know, and that was just the very bottom, the footnote has a typo. It's got the 03 resolution number instead of 04. So she's going to fix that.
okay, great. No other items for C, okay. Item D, Delta, or?
I have D.
Okay.
I didn't know if Jim was
Yes.
going, because I think he's got E. So I had a really good conversation with our city manager today, because I was just questioning why we were doing another fee study schedule, or fee study, after we just did one in 2003. And,
23.
what's that?
23.
What did I say?
2003.
Yeah, 2023. Yeah, 2023. Sorry, I had that in my notes. Thank you. And Chris, do you mind just explaining kind of what we talked about, like why we're doing this again 3 years later?
So there's a couple of reasons. Some of the fees in our estimation, when I say our, the three of us have talked about some of the fees, that there's duplication. There's a couple of fees that don't have a nexus associated with them. It's just a fee without a reason behind the fee. So that's part one. Part two is we need to clean up our planning and development fee schedule. There are some issues and struggles with what we currently have, and we want to make sure that we are we have the appropriate fees associated with the work that we are doing. And the third part of this is we have several new fees that we need to implement, and rather than us guess at what those fees should be, we really want to make sure that we bring somebody in to evaluate those fees, make sure that we are legal, they're appropriate, before we go through the whole implementation process. The other part of this work that NBS will be doing is a cost allocation plan. And essentially what that will do will look at our entire operation and make sure that we are accounting for supplies, labor time in the correct areas. So for example, if you have a maintenance worker who's doing work in various locations, we want to make sure we're accounting for that. And we do that internally controlled right now. But what we also need to do is the people who supervise them, the Public Works Director, part of my time, could be part of Dennis's time, part of Jennifer's time as the accountant who's managing those finances, that we are accounting for their time and the costs associated with each one of those districts, so that it's not just hitting the general fund, that is allocated correctly and legally, so that the LMD is paying their share, the Grove Park district is paying their share, and that it has been vetted and it's not a swag by staff, so that it's legal and we can represent that, which in our estimation, should free up general fund money because we will have more allocations to those numerous other special funds that we have.
Thank you. And do we anticipate, it says extending the contract to September 30th, that it will take that long? Is that our estimate?
So currently, they're working on the the fee schedule now. They've already begun that work. Then they're going to go back and do the cap, the cost allocation plan, sorry. And there may be some other fine tuning of the fees after they complete that cost allocation plan work. So in some sense, we did it a little bit backwards, but we also knew that we wanted to get some of these new fees implemented, as well as making sure that we're getting rid of the duplication and confusion associated with some of the other ones that Chris mentioned.
And then they'll present it to us, we'll review it and
Correct.
approve it? Okay,
Yes.
that's
We'll
it.
have to adopt the entire fee schedule and all the shenanigans.
Great, thank you.
I have a follow-up question based off of the information that we just heard. For the LMD portion of that, since that is going on the ballot this year, how much do you anticipate, and this is talking about the staff, the allocation piece of it, do we need to increase the LMD, the amount that each homeowner needs to pay for the LMD? Will we have to increase that to cover that? That's what I'm getting at. And how does that timing work?
The short answer is that we would not change the assessment. That's the A word that I was looking for. Thank you. The assessment for the LMD based on either the fee study or the allocation plan. And so I think that becomes really key. It's really a separate piece from that. But what it does do, Councilmember Tillman, is it does take what that assessment is into account in terms of the costs of staff that are being appropriated to it, so that at the end of the day, we actually have think of it as one pie, and you're just slicing the pie based on what the actual work is. And that's the work that they do, the analysis they do in the background of the cost allocation plan. So it really is just taking that pie, whatever size pie that is for the LMD, for example, that piece of the pie will be taken and allocated fairly and appropriately as compared to all the other elements as well.
Okay, I'll take that for now, but I'm going to dig when we get into later in the agenda.
There's something that doesn't comport with how I'm thinking about this, but I do have a couple questions on this. So just to clarify, we originally signed an agreement with NBS for $18,000 to do the cap, right? Just want to make sure I'm reading the report correctly.
So,
that's
okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. And so the additional 42 that we're asking for now is for the fee study.
Fee study.
Okay.
Correct. And we put that first in order, even though it had not been assigned originally. So
are we already doing work on the fee study now?
There has been some data collected from staff to them, but we're awaiting this contract amendment in order to actually begin that work formally.
Okay. So I guess $18,000 for a cap seems high. And I'm not really sure what the going rate is, but an accountant can do a cap pretty easy. A time study with the staff is pretty straightforward, but that's fine. I mean, if we want to do it, that's okay. But an additional 42, especially like given some of the materials that we're talking about later in the meeting, what is the benefit for us in terms of overall dollars?
On the fee study portion in particular?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember the last time that we did the study, there's a lot of discussion around it, and we tried to structure it so that we wouldn't have to do a new study very frequently. So we put risers on the items so that we didn't have to go back and pay consultants to do a study for us again. Now, I think that we should reset that periodically, but it just seems soon, especially given some of our other constraints. So is the $42,000 worth it right now?
and I'll defer also to our, either Chris or Tom, our city attorney. There were some problems in that existing fee study beyond what's missing. But the nexus piece that Chris mentioned earlier, the separation under Prop 218 between a fee and a tax is really an important component to this. And there was enough ambiguity in a number of those fees that were established in 3 years ago that we were at some risk of somebody challenging those fees and in fact the entire fee schedule based on some of that lack of nexus for it to be a fee. When you add to that the duplication that existed in the existing fee study, that added an additional layer where we were perhaps double dipping on some fees, and that's what really called our attention and highlighted the need to make that change. The potential for double dipping, which would have been then one of those being more or less treated as a tax. So I think we wanted to be prudent in this so that we're not found liable some point in the future for perhaps double dipping on our fees, and I think that becomes an important consideration. The last piece of that is, with the new fees we were looking at, I think there were enough of a need for good, strong data analysis to be able to give us those based on the actual costs and having them do the analysis. And the last piece I'll say is, if you compare our fee schedule as it's currently constructed compared to what other cities have, it's very confusing. It's not well formatted. And part of that work that they're going to be doing is helping compare the structure and the organizational structure of the fee schedule so that it becomes a much more useful document compared to other, and be more comparable to other cities. Not in terms of the fees themselves, but just the structure of the schedule.
Okay. Yeah, I just, it's hard to get a handle on the number, and it seems, especially given some of the situation. But I mean, what I accept that what you're saying is important. It's just a question of prioritizing the order. So, okay. Anyone else have any comment on item D?
I just have another question, please. Under the fiscal impact, it reads, the cost of the fee study will be built into future permit and rental fees. Can you explain that?
So it's a cost of doing business, and as such, it could be factored into the actual fee schedule itself. It's similar to how we can also pass on the charges for certain proprietary software that people need for, let's say, building permits. If we were to have as we'll talk about later on, some kind of permit tracking system, the cost of that system is another cost of doing business that's directly related to their permit activity, and you could pass it along. Fee studies the same way. It could be passed along.
Isn't this, are we treating this as one-time in nature?
That's a policy decision by the council ultimately.
Because to build it in, essentially for future payments, you are assuming a certain level of cost in the future for future fee studies on some schedule, right? That's the only way that you could build it in.
So the cadence I'm used to with fee studies in other jurisdictions I've worked in is 3 to 5 years as a pretty standard cadence for these.
Is that the assumption here?
That would be the assumption would have had in making that assignment. Okay. So.
And we do need to look at it more frequently than we have in the past. People are challenging fees more frequently, and I would recommend the time frame that Dennis just mentioned as well. Something we'll want to keep updating.
Okay. Then maybe when this comes back as a matter of policy, we also include the schedule so that it's clear what our intention is. Okay. Any other comment on item D? Okay. Item E, Jim, you had asked about this.
Thank you. This is an area that I've always been perplexed by, particularly as it relates to the stormwater pollution prevention system. and I'd just like a little more elaboration on it and clarification, because it gets tossed around so frequently, and everybody gets that look on their face like, what is it? What are we talking about?
So all of the water that runs off of our hills and streets ends up in the bay at some point, traveling through a variety of pieces of conduit and streams and creeks as it enters the bay. Many, many years ago, the Bay Area decided all the governments, both cities and counties, would join together to come up with, under the Clean Water Act, would come up with a set of standards and for cities and counties to follow in terms of managing their own potential pollution discharges into the bay and into the Pacific Ocean. That system and the agreement that we have with the federal government under the Clean Water Act is this NPDES thing, National Pollution Discharge something. And so that's the agreement. The project Clean Water for Contra Costa County is who we directly relate to, and so that's the jurisdictional body that, like, for example, now I'm going to, which is really weird, but I'm going to these meetings on Project Clean Water, and really what they're trying to do is do the best they can with the resources they have. The $29 assessment, which is it's a capped assessment for each house unit, is the max that they can get. They've tried ballot initiatives and other things in the past to try to increase that amount, but they just utilize those resources as much as they can, as well as then seeking grants to develop policies to address new and existing pollution sources that are around. I'll just share with you one is that there's some jurisdictions, this will not affect Clayton, but there's a growing concern about mercury contamination in the bay waters. And so in the coming year, Project Clean Water will be addressing that and sources here, again, not Clayton related at all, but mostly in West County, that are sources of mercury pollution. And so there's a constant amount of policy as well as training work and whatnot that goes into this system to maintain it. The $29 is a rather modest fee, and it just needs to be renewed every year. That's why it's in front of you today. This is a standard item we do every year. You alluded to that. It's what we keep doing in order to keep even that little bit of money flowing into the Project Clean Water program.
A question. So is there a net, when you say all cities and counties, so is there some sort of a network of pipes or drainage that, okay, and it doesn't conflict with the other sanitation?
So, yeah, good question. Yeah, so you can go to, if you look at a manhole cover, it'll often have a stamp on there, a letter S, which is sewer. Yeah, and then the other one is SW, which is stormwater. And so that's the distinguishing factor. You can walk most streets, even here in Clayton, and see those different manhole covers that go with two separate systems. So the sanitation stuff that goes out your sink and down your toilet and out the sewer, that goes over to Central San over at 4 and 680. Right. And all those are separate pipes from what goes into from your gutter curb into the storm drains on your streets. That goes in a separate system of pipes and streams that eventually take it into the bay.
You've clarified a lot for that, and I'll be looking for those markings on the manhole covers. Because quite frankly, didn't understand how the two of those things cross or did not cross.
That W is very critical.
Yeah, they do not cross.
Thank you very much.
The old Ghostbusters don't cross the streams.
Right, thank you.
All right.
I have a question.
Any other?
We both do. Yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Your mic's on, go ahead.
So just two quick questions. So when it said, and I think Councilmember Diaz kind of was asking this, it says establishing the ERU assessment rate. So It has been a recurring annual, so it's not something brand new.
It requires an annual establishment, though. That's,
Got it.
that's why
I
it's a
see.
technical language.
Okay.
The
And we adopt
statute
it at the
requires an
cap.
annual establishment. That's a good
Okay.
question.
And then, does this in any way affect kind of that separate bucket where we've got a stormwater assessment district?
It
Which is always running at a
It
deficit?
does not.
It does
So
not.
it's, no,
Okay.
separate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so my question is, it reads in here about the documentation and reporting that you have to do. Are we, you don't have to get into the weeds on it. I just want to know, are the Clayton Cleans Up and the day of service where people are in the creeks and they're cleaning up on the trails, et cetera, are you counting that?
So that is not one of the reporting requirements, are those kinds of events.
Okay.
It really is much more, we have these trash capture devices inside the storm drains.
Okay.
And we have to constantly report not only that we've cleaned them out, but what we find when we clean them out.
Okay.
And so that's the kind of reporting that's being talked about there.
Okay.
And so we do collect those reports. We do forward those to the county. They are collected and aggregated across the county, but from each jurisdiction. But that's the kind of reporting that we do at this point for the city of Clayton.
Okay.
That's the major effort.
If it's not for this one and it's for the actual district, can you double check that? Because I know in previous years when we were doing the Clayton Cleans Up and solely doing that,
Yeah.
you were able to use that reporting. I don't know which one of those it was going to.
Okay. I'll check with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And if I find any historical stuff, I'll send it to you.
All right. Any other questions or comments on item E of the consent calendar? No, okay. And no one had anything on F, right? Oh, F.
I
All
just
right.
had a quick question on F, and so when is the next general plan due for the city of Clayton?
General plan?
General plan.
There's no, I don't think there's a requirement to update your
It
general
says
plan.
acceptance of the 2025 general plan implementation. And so, is it updated every year or no?
No, the general plan is not updated, but there are elements of the general plan that do need to
Okay.
be implemented. We need to be making progress towards fulfilling the general plan.
Okay,
And this one is specifically towards housing.
oh, this one is just, okay, because it said end
Right.
housing element annual progress report. Okay, so it's related to housing. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the change that HCD requested that Planning Commission approved that we are now doing.
No,
Oh,
this
no,
is not
that's
it.
something else. All
That's
right.
yeah, I know.
that's-
I asked earlier, completely different.
I
Yeah.
got my HCD requirements confused.
Yes, you
This
did.
is the large spreadsheet with the microscopic lines.
There you go.
All right, that's right, I remember this one. Okay, any other questions on item F? All right, public comment on consent calendar. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there a motion for all of the items?
Mr. Mayor, I will move approval of the consent calendar, all items.
I'll second it.
If we could call the roll?
Councilmember Diaz?
Yes.
Councilmember Tillman?
Aye.
Councilmember Trupiano?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ania?
Yes.
Mayor Juan?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the motion passes with the vote of 5-0.
Thank you. That closes item 4. Before we move on to next item 5C, I just wanted to mention to Mr. Flores, I think the meeting that you were looking for is on June 4th, 2019. If you look at that meeting, you'll find the rationale. All right. Okay. Excellent.
And also, can I just, I know we're not supposed to respond during public comment, but can we at least provide Mr. Flores an update that our whole website is being redesigned, user-friendly, we've hired a company? Can we just
We
give
can talk to him offline.
Okay, good. Just, I know the search function is abysmal. I agree. Thank you.
It's still searching. Okay. Item 5C, a city beautification and project update. I believe
You driving?
staff is going to kick us off.
Or she's, Do you have it loaded?
I surprised you. I'm glad you found the meeting, though.
Well,
All right,
he's,
let's take a 2-minute recess so staff could get their things together and we could do our things. So 2 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, we're back from our brief recess. I believe staff is going to kick us off on the city beautification and project update.
thank you, Mayor. Before I get started, I just want to recap a couple of things, or not recap, but point out a couple of things. This is not an entire list. This is partial of what we have coming up in the next few weeks. We have a ever-expanding, growing list of maintenance issues, landscaping issues throughout the city, in our districts, in our parks, on our trails, that we are addressing currently, and we will be expanding that. I think the one important thing to recognize is this didn't happen in the last 3 months. This has been neglected items for years, and we recognize that, and we are doing our best to correct the issues that we will talk about this evening. On top of that, we are still trying to hire a public works director to help create a system where we don't lag and fall behind in the years to come. We want to fix this and get on a system where we are rotationally addressing these things throughout the city on and on. It's almost like the Golden Gate Bridge painting. You start here, get to the end, turn around, do it again. Same thing with some of these items. We need to be looking at them annually, repairing them annually, and having a robust work plan that keeps us on schedule so we don't fall behind. So with that, kind of overview of where we are, weed abatement in landscaped areas, fire protection, general updates, roadway improvements, and major projects that we have on the horizon. So weed abatement, you probably have noticed Clayton Road was hit heavily in the last couple of weeks with our contract service from Clayton Station to Fire Station 11. We still have Marsh Creek to Regency, Hillside adjacent to the Mount Diablo Elementary. That's on the list that still needs to be done. And Peacock Creek, which is a whole project in of itself that we have to address. And we'll talk about that. In the coming weeks, Oakhurst Drive, the trail edges with the flail mower to get the weeds knocked down to give it the buffer off of those trails. Open space adjacent to residents, that started this week. That is more fire reduction in the land that we own that back up to properties. So that has begun, and we will continue to do that. I'll pause for a second and say the work that we're talking about here, Dennis is working with our contractors to get an order of operations and a schedule of where we're going so that we can put it online, share it on social media, let people know when we're doing that fire work, when we're working on Clayton Road, Oakhurst, whatever area we will be in. One, we want to let people know that we're doing the work. Number two, we want them to understand that there may be traffic control in those areas, so be aware that work is happening, so we protect the folks that are out on the street.
And you're going to publicize that, like on the website, the schedule?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
After we get those main thoroughfares done, we'll move into the interior streets and the medians within some of those neighborhoods and do more detail work in those areas.
So, did I hear you correctly? Do we not have a schedule yet?
We're scheduling 2 or 3 weeks at a time, mostly in response to specific issues that we're finding at the same time. So is there a master schedule? No, there is not. But what we are doing is we're putting people with the highest need and in the thoroughfares as we can. And so that's the goal, is to work up a master schedule as we go further into the spring and summer.
How many separate contract firms are we working with?
On weed abatement, just one.
Just one. And do they, I mean, are they able to provide a work plan that they are doing?
We meet every other week to work out the plan for the next 2 weeks. And that way we have better control over where we're doing the work.
Yeah, that makes sense on an ad hoc basis, but I'm thinking more holistically, like, shouldn't there be a work plan with 100% of the inventory, and then we can see where we've knocked off?
That would be a beautiful thing, Mayor, to have a general work plan.
But they work for us. We could tell them to just do it, right?
Do the plan?
Yeah, like, they know the assessment area, or not? Or are we telling them on a week-by-week basis?
We're telling them on a week-by-week basis which assessment areas to work in. We're also trying to be financially prudent about where we're putting them. So we're maximizing the different revenue sources we have in order to do this work.
Okay.
And it is one firm, but we are asking them to bring us another crew. So they have multiple crews within the firm. So, and if they can't provide that, we're prepared to get another firm to do other work and work in concert.
But like we talked earlier today about doing like a grid system, I think the one thing we've been asking for as a council, and I told you this earlier, is just a public schedule. So people know, okay, I'm not happy right now, but somebody's coming in my neighborhood in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm in
Or
grid.
they're-
Yeah, I'm in grid B4. B4 gets done.
Right.
Third quarter. Yeah, so, I mean, I know it's not something that happens overnight, but as part of any of this, that has to be like a work product, because otherwise you're always going to get the questions and it'll always be chasing, right? So I would just make that recommendation.
Well, and we're not prepared to do a grid right now.
No, it
We are
doesn't have to be a grid.
You
but
know
the
what I'm
schedule.
saying? And, being down an important staff person is hindering some of our ability to do some of this. And that's something that the hopefully new Public Works Director does when they get on board. And I can tell you, we found the annual plan from previous leadership that's 100% wrong. And they're addressing things at the wrong time of year. And so what they had been doing was not helping our operation. So we're trying to go back and fix and trying to move things forward at the same time. And I don't disagree with anything that we've said. An annual plan, there should be an annual plan, there should be a monthly plan, there should be a weekly plan, period. And the annual and the monthly should be distributed to the masses, so people know exactly what's happening. The weekly plan should be directed towards staff, so they know what they're doing that week. And we're migrating to that, but obviously it has not come to.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think there's a lot of things that, they didn't start, or they did not happen overnight, so they won't get addressed overnight. However, I think my recommendation would be, as part of any good project management, to treat it like a project and itemize all the things that are open, even though you may not get to them today, tomorrow, or in a month, or whatever. But as long as there's like a ongoing major item list, and then you can report out on it saying item 41 still hasn't started, but we know that it's there, that will help give comfort to the residents to know that these things are in flight. So I would recommend getting at least the inventory in a publishable state, so that at least there is a plan for a plan. So. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Before you go off that page, I have a quick question. Can you give an example of the interior street medians? Are you talking about those that are adjacent to the sidewalk in neighborhoods?
Yes.
Okay.
Those areas, and then there's certain spots like above Ed's Mudville and La Verona up that street, there is a median in the middle of that street.
Okay.
So there are some of those haphazard that are not being addressed on a regular basis. So that's
Okay.
what I'm referring to.
I just wanted to be sure it
well.
wasn't only
Yes.
those, and that it's actually,
No, it
like
is
the
also
dead
street side,
bushes
yes.
that are
Yes.
adjacent to sidewalks that are
Correct.
causing issues for some of the residents to have to take care of, possibly.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
So per Contra Costa Fire Protection District, we have to be completed by June 1st, so that's why we've started that weed abatement project now, so that we are complete by the deadline. All city parcels will be cut back to guidelines. One of the things that kind of made us a little unhappy is we had rain, we had sun, it got hot, and then it rained again, and all this stuff started growing again, and that is the worst for controlling weed abatement. So there are some things that we need to look at in the future, and some of the things that were on the calendar that I said were completely wrong. When to put down pre-emergent, when to spray, when to do those things. And to be 1,000% frank, honest, and transparent, I don't think we did much of it anyways, even though it was trying to be done at the wrong time of year. So looking at ways to prevent weed growth, we did the test area on Clayton Road with the steaming to see what happens next year and to see if that is an actual benefit and helps control those weeds in those areas. We will see. So hopefully it does. And we have another tool in the toolbox. So some general improvements. The grass replacement in Grove Park. The fencing is going to remain in place until our first concert. We have some lovely young folks in our town that like to ride bicycles through that park and skid on the grass, and we'd like to keep it protected for as long as we can. Peacock Creek, replace irrigation in the median.
I think Councilmember or Vice Mayor Ania has a comment.
I just wanted to say about the Grove Park, it's 100% better. 100%. The trees are all trimmed.
Yep.
You can actually see cars coming from Marsh Creek if you're trying to turn left onto Marsh Creek from Main Street. I don't need my wife in the car anymore to tell me, go. You know?
No comment on that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's 100% better, and you can actually see through there, and it's lighter, and that's an excellent improvement.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Appreciate that.
The only thing, oh, go ahead.
The other improvement in Grove Park is there's an area that grass will not grow and it's just dirt and it's mess. We're pouring concrete there. We have the contract in place. The area behind the splash pad that always takes on water and turns into a mud hole all year long. We're going to pour curbing in there so to push the water into the drain instead of it creating the mud pit. And then the mud gets tracked on the concrete and the splash pad. And so we're resolving those issues at the same time. And that should happen in the next month-ish. Yeah.
And the only thing I just want to say with the Grove, it does look amazing, and the grass, Zach did an amazing job. I don't know what he did there, but some power washing of our streetlights, the gazebo there. I know the water fountains we've talked about need to be replaced, but a little power washing of the tables too before the first concert, and then throughout would be helpful. Thanks.
Peacock Creek, what we discovered is all the vegetation was dying. It looked horrible, looks horrible. There was an irrigation break up there some time ago, and the decision was made just to shut the water off and not repair the irrigation. And so that's why we have mass shrubbery death, flowers, plants, and some trees. Some of the trees have come back, not all of them. Our crew has replaced all the irrigation to make sure that it is working correctly. They now understand that with current direction, we don't shut water off and not repair it. Shut it off, repair it, turn it back on. That is our process. They've removed the dead vegetation and weeds, and they're working on that. We will be doing some replanting this spring, but also some trees the fall, because that's when the best time is to plant them and we want them to be successful. So there is work being done to fix that median, that entranceway, so it is much more presentable.
I have a question on that section
Yes.
before you go. What's the funding source for that?
LMD.
LMD.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fence repair downtown. I was looking at upgrading the fencing that we have downtown, because right now we have chain link in a variety of places. The estimate I got almost made me cry. So we won't be doing that right now, but there is some areas of fence repair, so we'll have that done. One of those areas is by the big cul-de-sac, culvert, thank you, the other C word. The other C word. Down by the benches on the trail. The trail goes around it, but somebody's peeled the fence completely all the way back, so we'll have that section replaced, and there's some other stuff where areas we need to tighten it up. So making that look appropriate. Tree trimming has been going on, as Councilmember Ania mentioned. They spent a couple days in the Grove trimming those trees back, hopefully helping the grass grow and not be shaded all the time. The Village Market is going to do a painting project, so we had them cut the trees back off of the off of the market so that they could paint and the trees weren't rubbing against their their building. And then last month, tree trimming was done on the trails to get the canopy up so people could walk through there safely.
I have 2 questions on that. Okay. How often will the tree trimming on the trails be going forward?
On the tree trimming, we've taken it more on a health safety perspective, health of the tree, public safety, so we don't have things falling on people. So we've taken much more of that kind of approach. The more aesthetic kind of work that needs to happen in some cases is kind of done more on an ad hoc basis, and so we've looked at that and tried to do that. So we don't have a general plan, but we really have tried to take kind of the health safety perspective on the tree trimming.
Okay, and then for the tree trimming throughout the community portion, my request would be if you can ask the contractor to trim them lower than the actual name of the street that's coming up, because to your point, as soon as they do it and by the time they drive down the street, it's already grown up again, it's a waste of their time because you can't see the street signs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
I'm
Wait,
thinking
lower or higher?
trim them lower, even lower than what they're doing, because they're trimming them, and then they're barely, for example, I'm just gonna use, going up Eagle Peak, because this is going to my house now. You go up Eagle Peak, you cannot see the Keller Ridge sign. I know it's there because I live there, but there are people who are coming past me walk, they're in the middle, they don't know that Keller Ridge is coming up, and then they cut you off because they can't see the street sign.
Got it.
Because the bush is this high.
Yeah.
Instead
So-
of being down
It's
here.
the shrubs. More
Shrubs,
than, yeah.
shrubs.
That's what
Yes.
I figured it out.
They're
too.
way too high.
Yeah.
When
I
they
thought
were-
you meant the trees.
You're
coming
thinking
I'm sorry,
trees
no,
coming
no, no, no,
down.
the
Yeah.
bush, the
So
shrubs.
and that's the kind of work we actually are still using our maintenance staff for, to do
Okay.
the shrub training, shrub
Yes.
thing. That way, we're using the tree contractor
Gotcha.
for the real specialized big
If
stuff.
you can ask the maintenance staff to please.
We'll do that.
I mean, they drive
Very low.
they drive the streets too. So
Yeah.
if you can't see a sign,
Yeah.
trim it.
Well, they
please.
do. They do it just below the sign, but that's unhelpful a month later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to your comment though on the ad hoc nature, I would just say as a personal matter, ad hoc stuff means it doesn't get done later because there's always going to be something. So even though we may not want to do it very frequently, the way that I would address that is have a schedule where it gets reviewed at least at some minimum interval, whatever you establish. It could be a year or 2 years or whatever, but at least it's on the list so that it doesn't get missed. Because if it's ad hoc and let's say it's a long scheduled task that you only do once every 3 years, if you miss it, it could be in like another 3 years if it's not on the schedule. That's why to me, the way that you manage these activities is everything's on the schedule. You don't have to do them all the time, but at least you know, okay, someone's got to look at it, you look at it, evaluate it, and then it's done. And maybe you take no action, but at least it was reviewed. So that way you can never say it got missed. So that'd be my recommendation for anything ad hoc. I mean, I'm a process guy and I don't like ad hoc it gets missed.
Well, and you can also purchase preventative maintenance software where it alerts you when it's due, so you don't
Sure.
have to manually keep track of it, whether it's monthly, quarterly, annually.
Yeah.
That would
Everything on a
be-
list means nothing gets missed.
Yeah.
So, special thanks to our police department. I asked them to do me a solid, and as they were out on patrol day and night, make a list of things they see that needs to be attended to. 2 weeks later, they came back with, I don't know how many pages the list was, but it was extensive, and it's not all on here. But we have 143 segments of curb that we need to paint. 12 street signs that need to be replaced, like name of streets that are faded or stolen or whatever. 38 segments of box dots. Those are the fun little dots that are glued in the street. 65 blue reflectors. Those mark the fire hydrant locations, so it helps fire see them as they're approaching, especially at night. 15 roadway markings. The limit lines, the crosswalks are either faded or non-existent because it's been so long since anybody's attended to them. And then 17 faded or damaged street signs of stop, crossing, whatever it might be. So this is, again, another list that we just got last week. We need to develop a plan of who can do this work over the next few months. Some of it's going to be contracted out. Can we do some of it in-house? That's what our next determination is, and how we get this all corrected.
Vice Mayor Nia has a comment.
I have a couple comments on the road signs and the street signs. They must have been up for 40 years that I know of. Those colors are terrible. They fade. I know why they did it. They wanted to make the town western. It's not western anymore. It needs to be marked. I would be in favor of having reflective road signs and street signs as we go along. Not all at once, but as we replace them. Some color that would look nice. And I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but you can't even read those signs. You can't even read the city limit when you're coming into town. And it's just something that happened over time. I'm all in favor of changing that color.
I wouldn't say I'm in favor until I know how much it costs, but
Well, I agree.
you could add it to the list.
I agree. I'm just saying that would really boost our town.
If you would like, what we can do is bring back some samples and some, because as we replace them, like to your point, we don't need to do the entire city at one time, but as we replace and kind of move through, we can
And don't we
update
make our
them.
own signs, or we don't have that anymore?
No, we order them.
We used to.
Councilmember Diaz, you had a comment?
Yeah, on the 143 segments of curb, is that primarily red that has faded? Yeah, because they look pink in a lot of the areas.
Yes.
If you're lucky.
If
Yeah,
you're lucky,
pink is
right.
good.
Or chipped.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar with the blue reflectors at the fire hydrants. Is that something requirement? Because I haven't noticed any.
Because they're all gone.
They're all gone. Oh, that's why I haven't seen them.
I always thought the fire department did that. It's up to the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah, our roadway, yeah.
It's a bot dot.
Okay.
By the fire hydrant.
Yeah, you could. That's what I teach the kids when I teach them driving. Every time there's a blue reflector, that means there's a fire hydrant there.
Yep.
So I do think the most important thing here is the last thing you said, though, Chris, which is who's going to do the work? Do we hire an outside company? And what is it going to cost us? So are you going to come back to us? No.
Nope.
You're like, hell no.
We're gonna move it forward and get
Just
it done.
do it.
Yeah,
Just
if
do
you
it.
could execute as fast as possible,
That's the plan.
that would be
Yeah.
good.
That
And
is the
I
plan.
would throw, and
here's-
if you have it on another slide, I apologize, but the street lights are abysmal also. Pieces missing, they're not black anymore, and something that's maybe doggy urine resistant paint, because that's what happens, right? That's how the paint gets faded, but the street lights are also really bad.
And, you know, this list here, and why I enlisted the help of the police department, because these are safety issues. You know, whether you can't see the street sign coming up and it's going to cause a traffic collision because, at the last second they swerve over, or not knowing there's a fire hydrant and red curbs and all those things. So this is, you know, we really want to get this addressed. Damaged stop signs, not okay. Stop signs that have the reflectors, but the reflectors are broken, gone, or whatever, those are all safety issues. And so this is a critically important part of this whole process, but because it's health and safety, it's the top priority.
I have a question. When you talk about safety, what about mirrors? Because there's a number of places I've seen where mirrors would be very helpful when you're exiting a particular street and the traffic is, coming down at a breakneck speed.
Yeah. We would probably need to enlist a traffic engineer for that. But What I would ask is if there are certain intersections that you're much more familiar
I've got
than
some,
I am.
I'll send them to you.
Send them,
Okay.
send them to us and we can, we can look at that.
The only thing I was going to say is I'm not opposed to moving forward, but I would like to know how much all of this costs us. I think we should know. Do
Yeah.
it, but we need to know how much this is.
Well, yeah, I'm happy to share the information, but,
Yeah.
and if the contract exceeds what my authority is, it'll
Yeah.
definitely have to come back, but.
I think it would be great for the residents to know too, like we did all of this safety stuff. That was one of the priorities that we had when we did goal setting a couple years ago. I think they need to know what their dollars went to pay
Sure.
for.
Yeah, I'm happy to report that.
Can I ask, until we address at least all these, and there's probably more, can there just be a regular segment in your report that goes?
The city manager report?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, and the council report, or the council, sorry.
The manager update.
The city manager
Oh,
report,
the
item
weekly?
6A.
No, yeah, the city manager
Yeah.
report.
So
Yeah.
can you report out on this each time?
Yeah.
On the status and
Sure.
how we're doing? Okay, I think
Yeah.
that'd be helpful.
Yes, sir. Roadway improvements. We have the contract, which you guys approved, I believe, at the last meeting for $50,000 to do pothole and street repair. So that is now in place. If you recall, the past practice has been buying a bag of cold patch at Home Depot and pounding it into the ground, and the next time it rains, it just blows back out again, and we're like the dog chasing a tail.
The
You
one
just
in
keep
front of
going
my
in a
house is
circle.
coming out.
What's that?
The one in front of my house is now coming out.
See?
No, that's on the main road.
Yep. So this way they will actually cut it, hot patch it, roll it, do it correctly, so we get some time out of it. Pavement project, we're still moving forward with that, summer, fall. We're on that timeline. The design we should have, or we do have. There it is, got it yesterday. We will release the bid, hopefully by mid-May, we'll have that bid, and it'll be to you June 2nd for approval of a contract and a timeline to get the paving project completed before or during fall of 2026.
And just a quick question on that. So there's no chance, and I know this is like slim to none, but I'm going to ask, no chance to do Main Street before the 4th of July parade?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay. Because we were talking about summer, now we're fall. Okay. Thanks.
So these are the segments that you approved last fall. Marsh Creek between El Molino and, that should be Clayton Road. Mount Air Parkway between Marsh Creek and Mount Air Circle with the road diet striping, which is reducing the lanes, putting the bike lanes in to slow people down. Herman Drive between Mitchell Canyon and Tiffin Drive, North Mitchell Canyon Road between Clayton and northern end, Eagle Peak between Oakhurst to Keller Ridge, Oakhurst East, El Portal between Regency and El Pueblo, and Main Street between Oak and Marsh Creek. So that's what was approved. That's what we sent to the designer, and that's what we have received back is the design work and the cost estimate. And so the next step is bids. We'll see what the bids come in. We know we have this much money, and hopefully the bids match that much money. If we're under, is there something we can add? I don't know. If it's over, we'll have to discuss how we address that by pulling more money to make the difference or cutting a project. That'll be the discussion at that time for council to decide how to move forward with that. So some major projects, downtown pedestrian improvements, the rapid flashing beacon system, tabletop raised intersection, and the raised crosswalk. We are at 90% plan. So our hope is we'll have a new public works director in a few weeks. They'll take that on. If we don't have that public works director, our plan will be to bring somebody in interimly to move these projects forward so they're not sitting stagnant.
And my only question around that is, so years ago now, we approved what we called the downtown pedestrian project. I think there were 5 crossways, which were flashing signs raised, crosswalks, flashing stop signs, because we added the 5th one right by, which is Vinnie's Taqueria now, by the post office. What stayed, I mean, it was years ago. Do you know where that project, it was funds from, it might have been Measure J, I know it was through CCTA, like, it was a really long time ago.
Isn't that the stuff on the slide?
And it was a crosswalk, so it was between the Grove and the Corral, and the, oh,
That's it.
This is it.
is that happening? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't, well, how come mine's different?
One page up.
You got to go a page up.
Oh,
Or
You went
down?
too far. There it is.
oh, there it is. Sorry, I scrolled ahead too far. I apologize. I
No problem.
apologize. Sorry.
Yeah, so, yeah. As I said, this will go to the new Public Works Director. If for some reason this doesn't pan out, we'll bring an interim and we'll keep this stuff going. Because you're right, it's been sitting for a minute or two.
Councilmember
Yeah,
Diaz?
on the major projects, and help me understand better these raised and rectangular rapid flashing beacons. And I notice you have 2 intersections that are of concern, where people are very close to getting hit by vehicles, and that's the Main Street and Marsh Creek, and Center Street and Marsh Creek. Tell me, are these going to be those, like you see in Walnut Creek, they have a crosswalk where you push a button and then yellow lights come on and people know that somebody's coming across there.
These are in the crosswalk, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're on the ground, yeah.
yeah.
So that when you hit the button, they flash to alert people that there's a
Good.
pedestrian trying to cross.
Because I almost got it ran over myself here just before daylight saving times came. Right.
And the Marsh Creek Road and Main Street is a raised tabletop, so it actually is,
It's a trapezoid.
it's a big speed bump that you cross, the size of a
Yeah.
crosswalk. So it's slows people down, makes them stop, but also alerts people driving that there are pedestrians.
The kids on their e-bikes could use it as a ramp.
That would be awesome. I would. Pedestrian improvement, install ADA accessible pathway between 4 Oaks Lane and Pine Hollow. This is something that came up in a couple of discussions in other meetings. That plan was put into place and CSG was working on the design and it's at 60%. They sent it to me a week or so ago. And it was to use Measure J funds and a TDA grant to fund that. The total price of putting that pathway in is $200K.
How soon can we do it?
As soon as I get back to CSG and finalize the plans, and then we'll have to notify the homeowners because we do have a couple of houses there that have encroached on the easement with their beautification. And so we need to let them know that this is coming. And so before we go in there, we would like them to move back to the line.
This
So
is the area that I think
Yeah.
Mr. Cinque was very
Correct.
passionate about when he
Yes.
had come to meetings. I actually think this would be a great improvement for especially young students as they go to school. So this is precisely the type of project where it is completely appropriate to use one-time funds because it creates a sidewalk that is going, well, this says ADA accessible. I'm just going to assume it's a sidewalk for
Yes.
now.
Yes.
It creates like an asset for the city that all the future students, from that direction at least, can use.
Right.
So to me, that's incredibly appropriate as a one-time cost. So the faster that this can be done, the better.
Okay.
Sometimes
But,
there's,
oh, go ahead.
sometimes there's residents that can be very resistive in that area. If it's our property they're encroaching on, Could we just clear it? Or is that going to take a court process? That's why I said it.
That's why he was looking at me. It wouldn't take a court process, but we should provide appropriate notice to allow them to clear it and remove, I don't know what is, if it's just,
It's plants and flowers and.
yeah, to allow
It's
them
not a
to.
building? It's not a building, it's plants?
It's landscaping, it sounds like, so that they can potentially move it and relocate it to their own property.
And my only question, you said there was a $200,000 price tag. I think the grant at the time was like $65,000. Is that still the case? Do we still have some money coming in? Okay, I hope we do.
We have some exploring to do.
What's that?
We have some exploring to do on that
Okay.
piece. Coordinate trail repair from the storm damage. That is with CSG. You approved that contract a couple meetings ago so that they can start that design work and develop the scope of work. And then let us know all the fund permits that we're going to have to acquire to do the work in the stream bed.
That's the one where we got some funding for from
Correct.
FEMA, so
Yes.
good on us. And now we need to actually put it to good use.
Yes.
Okay. So, wait, let me see, is there more? Hold on.
There's no more.
Okay, so as a good PM, every single one of these should have dates. So I know you don't have them now, and a lot of them will be TBD, but if there's no date, like either the next major milestone or the completion date, then the next thing should be a date for when that is gonna happen. So either an actual date or a date for a date. That way, it can, like, the residents and everyone could see, all of these things are flowing. We know when, I'm not gonna bug you about it, because it's not due until it becomes due, so.
And a cost.
Cost
And a
too.
cost estimate,
Cost is
yeah.
good.
Yes, we can work on that. In conclusion of that, this is a small bite of what we're working on. There's more that needs to be done. There are other items that are, I don't want to say low-hanging fruit, but they're things that we need to address that didn't make the list, but we're aware of. I spent a couple of days 2 weeks ago just driving with a notepad and potholes, curbs, sidewalks, trees, shrubs.
Like while you were driving, you were,
Audio notes, yeah, there you go. I stopped, pulled over, made the notes, and then continued to drive.
okay,
Untrue.
Just making
I
sure.
don't believe you.
Safety first.
just making sure.
I had my helmet on. So, like I said, there's a whole other list of things and one-off little pieces here, there, everywhere. One of the things, if you notice over at Endeavor Hall, there used to be all those concrete parking blocks that were all busted to heck. The majority of them were busted, chunks of concrete laying there. Those have been removed. Rebar's been removed. So they're no longer trip hazards. They're no longer going to, if you go to if you go to Target, there's no parking pad at you just park within the lines. So eliminating trip hazards is critical for us. That also allows that parking lot to be utilized as a rentable space for other activities that we want to do, and we don't have tripping hazards down the middle of it. So it was a win-win. So that was accomplished last week. So there's just ongoing things that we are addressing as needed. And the final piece, and this has been something I think you guys have been talking about long before I started working here, is 311, having the ability for our residents to take a picture, geolocate, and report whatever, a tree, a bush, a pothole, whatever, and that comes into us. We are ready to launch that tomorrow. That is one of the new modules, is our part of our new website, and I'll get into that during my city manager report, but I felt it important to mention that as part of this presentation, that we finally have that implementation so that we will have a workflow. Those are items that when they come in, they will be trackable. They will be assigned to a staff person. That staff person will then report when they've completed the work. So there should be a closed circle on all of these things. So That's good news, that it works 100% correctly. But that's part of the implementation, and it's only going to work as well as our Public Works Director utilizes that tool to assign work on a weekly basis and make sure that they're tracking what's happening.
So which of, oh, did you?
I want to add it on before he leaves the Endeavor Hall parking lot. One of the things that was pointed out, particularly because of the poor lighting over there, is that little garden, and I think I sent you a photograph of it, and if not, I'll resend it, but there's a little garden, I guess, or a little tree area or plot area on the exiting from the gate that goes into the parking lot. And at night particularly, it's a hazard. People are potentially going to trip and fall because that area is not part of the pavement. And I don't know what to, suggest. It just needs to be looked at since you're removing some of those parking blocks.
I know what you're talking about. Okay.
Which of these items, especially on the major projects, do you need that exceed your authority to just do, that you need approval for? Because I think when we had last budget audit meeting, we had talked about some of these things, but not all. And, the ask was bring us something that we can approve so that you can go do work. So which of these fit that bill? Any at this point, or is it still TBD?
They'll come back when we have the contracts ready for the work. So perfect example is 4 Oaks Lane to Pine Hollow. When we get that contract, we're totally complete and we have a timeline working with the neighbors and all of that, we'll bring that contract back for approval.
Oh,
Sorry,
can you do it again?
I can do it again. One take.
Okay, so when it's ready, you'll bring it.
When it's ready, we'll bring it back and you'll approve the contract and the full scope of the plan. Yep.
Okay, sounds good. All right, does that conclude your presentation? Is there any other questions for staff?
I have just one request for the safety piece. Oak Street coming, the ramp. A lot of people go up that the wrong way. And I know you said that you're going to have that flashing beacon, but will you also have something that's brighter that tells people not to go up that way? It says it do not enter, but people still go up the ramp from the bocce courts out of town
Wait, they go the wrong way on a one-way
every
street?
Friday night. Yes,
Seems dangerous.
it's very. Ask the chief. There probably is.
After bocce?
But
Yes.
it already says do not enter, but they do it anyway, and I'm wondering if don't do spikes. If the I don't know, PD or engineer or somebody can look at that, just to, there needs to be something else that's done there. Yeah, every Friday night, somebody does it, and then the cars coming down the ramp have to flash at them and honk, and we scream from the bocce courts to tell them to stop. Sometimes they hear us, and sometimes they don't, and they end up on Clayton Road, facing traffic, and then figure it out and have to do a U-turn into the parking, like they have to come in the wrong way to get right.
Don't get hit first.
Correct.
Chief,
Been several accidents on my ear.
We will take a look. Thank
I was
you.
going to say, Chief, now you know.
I-
Friday nights after bocce.
I couldn't even
Patrol
imagine
car.
that would be a thing.
I know.
It's every Friday. When I've been at bocce.
We shouldn't do that. So, okay, I'm not sure. Do we need public comment on this item? All right, public comment on item 5C, the city beautification and project update. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and that concludes that. Thank you very much for the update. It's helpful. Okay, items. Yes, sorry, I couldn't read the number. Item 6 report, city manager report.
All right, I'll be brief this evening. Quick update, Public Works Director. We've done the first round of reviews. We'll be bringing 8 candidates forward next week for interviews. We're trying to move quickly on this position because we've been without it for just a minute. So that's, and we had a total of 57 applications thus far. 12 of them met the MQs, and we whittled that down to bring 8 in for the interview. So that's looking hopeful. Website update, we are in the middle of bringing modules online, which is part of Civic Plus. PRA requests, 311 that I mentioned, activation. There's a couple other modules that we are rolling out, and we'll be announcing those in the coming weeks. Skylar has done a nice job leading this charge. Yes, that gentleman back there with the beautiful beard. So thank you to him. And while we're talking about Skylar, we attended his graduation from the Contra Costa Leadership Academy last week. And he, so now we have greater expectations from him. Oh, we're gonna clap, we're gonna clap. And this week, the graduates will be presenting at the Public Managers Association meeting. And one of the presenters is our very own Skylar. So I have high expectations of him making us look good in front of the other cities. So he'll do well. That concludes my report for this evening.
I have a question relative to the Public Works. Is PE designation, professional engineer, not a requirement?
Not a requirement.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
If you know a guy.
No, but yeah, I know, but usually most public works managers have a professional engineer's rating.
So there's two, we did do that initially and it didn't work out for us, so we reduced it to a public works director, and any specialized engineering stamp that we'll need, we have CSG on contract to do that. So cities either have one that is both. Larger cities will have a public works director and a city engineer. So.
Excellent. All right. Item 6B, City Council reports. They can be found in the agenda packet. So next item is item 7A. This is introducing an ordinance to amend, this is the one we talked about earlier, to amend the Clayton Municipal Code. A lot of subsections for housing. Please, Craig, take us away.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Juan and council members. I'm actually going to share my screen, and I think, am I still a panelist? Okay. Prepared a little PowerPoint for you. Let me go ahead and expand that.
Oh, I forgot to say I need to open the public hearing.
Yes.
Where's your gavel?
I don't have it.
Okay. Thank you. So this evening, we are here to receive the Planning Commission Resolution number 04-2026 with a recommendation that the City Council of the City of Clayton adopt the ordinance amending the Clayton Municipal Code, Section 1736.079 of Chapter 1736, which are the general regulations of Title 17 of the City of Clayton's Municipal Code. This is specific language that would allow certain residential housing as by right with specific affordable housing language and defining by right as it relates to certain affordable housing element opportunity sites. The recommendation this evening from staff is to receive the project overview, conduct a public hearing, accept written and spoken testimony, and close the public hearing. So the background on this, as I'm sure everyone is well aware, on January 2023, the City Council certified the final EIR, and in January 24, the City Council adopted amendments to the official zoning map and municipal zoning code. Thereafter, the housing element update and the zoning amendments were forwarded to the State Department of Housing and Community Development Agency in Sacramento. And since then, the city has made 2 amendments to the municipal code at the request of HCD related to the housing element update. Now, the most current amendments that are before you are refinements of a previous amendment that was brought not too long ago in January. and was approved by the City Council. They were also forwarded to the Housing and Community Development Department, and they have brought back additional comments, things that they have asked for. And specifically, there are 3 items, and they are sites that are identified to accommodate the shortfalls in the regional housing needs assessment, that they be allowed by right when at least 20% of the homes are dedicated to affordable housing. 2, ensure that rezone requirements prevail in cases where a base zone has lower densities than the required minimums. And 3, the term by right needs to be in the code as it relates to housing and is required by state standards to be supported by our code. So it needs to be in there where it previously was not. It was just basically referenced to and assumed that by right was as the state intended. Now, this slide in the PowerPoint is the amendment to the title 1736079. The 3 sections that were requested by the HCD are in 3 different shades of blue, and the black and is also underlined, but I wasn't going to read this unless you want me to. Okay, thank you. And so I am available for questions. That ends my presentation.
Councilmember Diaz?
Is this going to end at some point?
You ask me that every time.
Let me tell you something. When I was up at the
Charlie Brown.
League of California Cities meeting in Sacramento, I must have talked to at least a dozen city representatives. All had their plans approved. Is there a gremlin up there that doesn't like Clayton?
There has to be.
There has to be. There's got to be some sort of
you
why
believe in
Clayton has been
gremlins-
singled out is absolutely appalling. And I don't know how we find out what's going on, but this has been going, we're going to be celebrating another birthday with this thing.
Well, we're doing
the
better than
time for
14 other
speculation
cities.
is probably not now. I think we should probably
No,
get it approved.
okay, I just want to make my objection known that this is something's going on there that we need to find out at some point. Thank you.
Well, I had a very frank conversation with HCD about this. I said, tell us what you want here. And this is the wording that they said. So when I send this in tomorrow, I am going to ask them to provide some sort of interim.
Do you have to wait for the second reading?
Well, this is part of the conversation that I had with them. They want to see it. They want to make sure that we're taking action on it. But yes, it will be the second reading before it goes and passes through their official workflow.
So this language was provided by them
That is correct.
in an email? Like in a written form?
Yes.
See the email?
Yes.
Like actual evidence?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
I'm not even going to ask the question I was going to ask.
So we just hope this is it, right? We don't want to jinx ourselves, but it is,
These are those things that we have zero control of, and we're at their mercy.
Let's hold all these until we get it approved.
So I just think that, we're hopeful. There's been no other requests other than this one, so.
We're
Yeah,
always doing our best to comply.
absolutely.
Okay. I did have one question, just as a clarifying matter, I think as a legal matter. So this actually I have 2 questions. There's 3 sections of the code that are being amended. On the bottom one, am I reading this correctly that says by right means exempt from CEQA? Is that how I should be reading it?
Yes.
Okay, so anything by right means no CEQA. Okay, cool. And then in the first section, this says, this portion is when there is a shortfall in the lower income RENA component, then this applies. Is the converse also true? If there is not a shortfall in the RENA for the lower income bracket of the RENA requirement, that then this would not apply? Is that also true?
There is a shortfall. That's why this language is in there.
Yeah, I
I'm sorry, there already is a shortfall identified, which is why this language is in.
There's a shortfall in what we approved for lower income zoning?
I think it's from previous sites, if I recall. It's carryover sites from past housing elements. So this language is applicable, presuming the housing development has 20% affordable at lower incomes.
Okay, maybe like, let's bring it up a level. Let's take Clayton off the top, but if there were no shortfall, then
Correct.
this would
Then
not apply?
This would have not been necessary.
Okay, so we could have this language in here, and if there's no shortfall, then this provision wouldn't kick in.
Correct.
Okay, that was my question. Okay, cool, that's all I got. Anyone else have questions? Okay, public comment? Oh wait, I think no, that's something else, okay. Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. I think I already opened the public hearing, took public comment. Now we conducted the public hearing, accepted any testimony. I will close the public hearing. And now we need a motion. Would anyone like to move this one again?
I'll make a motion to, what are the?
To
what's the-
introduce.
To introduce what? Where is it?
It's functionally the title
I
of
gotta
the
find it.
subject.
Hold on. I'm backwards.
You have it?
Yes. I will make a motion to introduce an ordinance amending the Clayton Municipal Code subsection, do I have to read the whole thing? I do? Okay. 17.36.079 to Chapter 17.36, General Regulations of Title 17 Zoning to add specific language allowing certain affordable housing by right and defining by right.
I'll second.
Councilmember Diaz,
Yes.
Councilmember Tillman,
Aye.
Councilmember Tripiano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ania,
Yes.
Mayor Juan.
Aye.
The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted with the vote of 5-0.
Before you move on, can I ask Craig a question? Not
Full
about this.
question? Yeah.
Sure.
Craig, I wanted to ask you, if we get more affordable apartments in town that you're aware of, does that reduce our count? And I'm talking about Diamond Terrace. Those are now affordable. In fact, the county is placing people there.
The way I understand it is that during this period, we're supposed to provide 570 new housing units. So just because it's changed from one
One type,
income level to another
yes.
does not change the amount of housing that we need to provide. Does
Will
that
it in
answer
the
your question?
future? Yeah, you answered it right. Would it change in the future, like in 5 years when we have to do this again?
I'd have
Would
to
that be
give,
counted then?
the way I understand is this is supposed to be new housing,
New. Oh, just
new.
Okay,
So, like-
that answers it, new.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Now moving on to item 8A. This is reviewing the FY26 budget status, consider approval FY27 budget revisions, and reserve options. Who's kicking us off? Mr. Bazanik.
Thank you very much. So I've provided the council and the members or the community who are here a revised presentation for today in order to address a concern that the budget status update for 26, the end of year calculations, I was not comfortable with those that were provided last week. So I'm going to bring those back at a future meeting. Just the end of year calculations were wrong. I want to make them right. I want to make them as accurate as I can. They're a rather complex calculation, and so I didn't feel comfortable presenting those today in this particular venue. Just noting that the other statistics in terms of what we had for an adopted budget, what we had for an adjusted budget, and where we are as of March 31st are all accurate. It is a question just of those year-end numbers that weren't quite correct. So that still leaves us some proposed budget revisions for FY27 to talk about today, the status of the fund balance and reserves, as well as the options for 27 budget augmentations. We'll still cover all of those today. And then the recommended actions at the end would be to provide some direction on potential reserve-funded budget augmentations for FY27. And then the plan would be to come back on April 21st to review those year-to-date and end-of-year budget statuses for you once I can get comfortable with those numbers. And then also consider approval of the budget revisions that you might also make tonight with those augmentations for 27, as well as the ones that we'll be presenting this evening. So starting with the fiscal year adopted general fund budget with suggested revisions, what I show here is the adjusted budget that we're recommending would reduce the deficit for fiscal year 27 from $670,000 down to $345,000. We worked really hard to try to get it lower than that, but this was the best we could do. And in the final column to the right, I show the differences about $28,000 in less revenue, a reduction in salary and benefits of almost $200,000, a reduction in service and supplies of $160,000, and so that's what makes up the difference between what was adopted a year ago in June and where we're making the recommendations today. In the packet at attachment B was all the detail for how all that broke down and what those specific changes are for FY27. Some of those are just to kind of look at it in large kind of chunks. Some of those revenue sources are no longer available. We've commented before about the ending of RPTTF and from the successor agency that was earlier this year finally brought to an end. And so those resources aren't going to be available. Revenue growth is slowing. And when I talk about revenue here, both we're seeing it in sales tax and we're seeing it in the growth rate of property tax are both slowing. And we've always calculated or assumed about a 3% growth rate on those. It's probably down around 2.6% year over year that we're looking at now. And so that's a little bit of a concern, especially in those two areas, because we don't have any other funding sources other than those. And so it really begins to create that. A lot of the uncertainty we're seeing in the world today, whether it's oil pricing, people shifting away from buying commodities and buying other goods and buying experiences like restaurants, is really slowing down as people are having to put more into their gas tank. So that has some concern for us. The reorging of positions that we've done over the past year is creating ongoing savings, but those costs are still increasing, and so we see that being played out in the general fund. And then in 27, the IT subscription costs are going to drop significantly due to Civic Plus, and we had outlined that prior for you as a council and to the public around the cost savings associated with eliminating a whole bunch of software tools that we will no longer need because we've brought it all under one umbrella and got significant discounting on pricing for that. Just a couple mentions about LMD and other special revenue funds, the other $4 million that are the city council is responsible for. They're going to continue to be balanced in 27. So we spent a lot of time focusing on reducing that deficit in the general fund from $667,000 down to the $345,000. But all those other ones will continue to be balanced going forward. And looking at those, the budget changes inside of those are pretty minimal. We haven't done a lot. We didn't feel like we needed to do a lot of changes for those other special revenue funds or the LMD. Moving to fund year-end reserves, this is a breakdown, and these are the numbers that were provided as part of the audit for each of the last few years. But when you break those down into the different component sections, they all get rolled up in the ACFR. But here we broke them out into the general fund, LMD, as well as then all the kind of the aggregate of all the other special revenue funds. You see those total amounts. So if you look at fiscal year 25, you see we're at $6.9 million in the general fund, about $3,500 in the LMD, and about $10.5 million in all the other special revenue funds combined. And those numbers are down slightly, but not dramatically. I think they continue to hold a lot of value there. And these, as Mr. Loftus mentioned earlier, a lot of times these are just the result of not spending money. And this is not there wasn't necessarily an intentional practice to put money in the bank, but when you don't spend money on things like deferred maintenance, and you don't spend money on keeping things up, and you have low salaries, and you end up saving money at the end, and that goes into a reserve fund. And we know the value of having a savings account and having a reserve to rely on for emergencies. And so the real question here, and you've made a policy statement about 40% of revenue as a target reserve fund. I think that's a really admirable and much larger than in any other jurisdiction I've ever worked in as a policy. I've known other jurisdictions that have more money than that, but as a policy, that's a pretty high policy. So you've got some room here to consider other possibilities. And we did some thinking about amongst staff, amongst leadership, thinking through what would some of those kinds of things look like. And this is a list of potential one-time budget requests that could be thought of as a good use of reserve funding that we just showed in the last chart, and some general cost estimates. But $100,000 on a sidewalk safety program, making sure the trip and fall hazards, some of the root damage that's being caused to our sidewalks, eliminating as many of those as possible to reduce the risk of injury, and to make actually the city more walkable, just as a nice benefit. The exterior paint, we're about ready to spend a chunk of money here on the interior of the library, but one possibility would be to look at the exterior paint of this building. And we gave a rough estimate of $125,000. Expanding the baseball fields, which could potentially be less than the $500,000 if we work with some local folks who would donate their time and material to help build out those ballparks, baseball fields, which would allow more young people to participate in the sports programs and enjoy that, and families and whatnot. So this would, I think this would get us one additional diamond, sorry. One additional diamond.
Where is that?
It's behind the current.
So Little League has developed a plan. They approached the city a few years ago to go diagonal. Yeah. And you can double. I met with them to talk, because we had talked about possible stadium lights, and they said, don't do lights. We'd rather have you invest money in an additional field, because that'll multiply how many more games and teams we can support. Little League in this community is doing fantastic. They're well over 600 kids this year, so that's amazing. They are willing to partner with us both financially and with sweat equity in developing this field and putting boots on the ground. And the only thing they ask in return is, if we move forward with this plan, is that one specific field they would have first right to during Little League season.
Is this taking into account both of the organizations that have youth baseball in town? There's two, right?
There are two.
So is it just one that's offering to partner?
That's the only one I've spoken to thus far. I don't think the other organization has the numbers or the finances at this time, but I will invite them to the table.
You should not make that assumption.
And then there's also the adult soccer group that has contacted me. I happen to know the person who's interested in the lower field and doing some renovations, so maybe.
So also on this list is some tech and officer safety equipment for the police department. Firearms and things like that have expiration dates. So we ought to be we're cognizant of that. This is one estimate for some of these. Additional some signage for Endeavor Hall, so you can see it from the corner of Oak and Center Street instead of just on Center Street there. Might be really helpful, and I guess it won't prevent anybody from going up the Oak Street off ramp, but it'll at least they'll know where Endeavor Hall is when they're going the other direction. Then looking at a potential 5-year service contract for 8 more cameras for Grove and CCP. We do, as you are well aware, have a fair amount of vandalism, kind of just stupid stuff happening at these parks. Sorry if that offends anybody, but it's just kind of, kicking boards out of the gazebo and stuff like this that really would be helpful to have cameras and some of those resources to be able to hopefully prevent the stuff from happening, but if not, at least give us a sense about who the person might have been and how do we find them and hold them responsible. So this is about responsibility as much as anything else, but we got an estimate on that and would probably save us at least some money and hopefully in repairs. City Hall security updates. So there was an assessment done by professional public safety firm that looks at City Hall and other public buildings in identifying things. We're a very open City Hall, as you know, which we like. We all like that, but we don't have easy ways to, for example, even contact the police department, which is one floor below where a lot of the staff work. Which is quite open. And so some things like safety buttons that would, call the emergency folks downstairs and help us get responses for those things. So there's some adjustments that are there. The chief is here to address, more particular questions you might have on that. Another one of the items that is something that we don't really have a current funding source for is the emergency operations plan. And the last one was done in 2018. Since then, we've passed a new hazard mitigation plan as part of the general plan, but we haven't updated the actual city emergency operations plan, and staff has changed and how and what happens there, and then responding to the issues identified in the hazard mitigation plan will be key on that. GIS, it's already in the CIP, but we really need to get a contractor to collect and organize some of the layers. Somebody who was working with the former city engineer, I've been working with them. He had done a lot of work, preliminary work, groundwork, collecting things. He's made a proposal for $18,000 to not only put all those items in a usable shape, but also do a needs assessment with staff so we could figure out what are the other GIS needs that we have for layers that would be most useful. So something that's out there. Then we also know kind of one time are going to be those budget deficits that we've identified or will be identifying for 26, 27, and 28. Those could use one-time funding requests. There's also a small number of ongoing budget requests that we've identified. One is the expansion of library hours. If we wanted to add a net new 6 hours to the existing 40 hours, it'd be about $70,000. If we wanted to, add another 12 hours to the library schedule, and there's a set schedule of when those 12 hours go, so it's expanding the number of hours, not the number of days, just to answer that. But that would be 111,000, and then adding 16 hours would be $230,000. A different piece of the tech and officer safety for the police department is the body-worn cameras are now at end of life. They're failing. A number of them are failing, and they're past their warranty date. And so, as well as adding vehicle camera system, Chief went and identified a package deal to include and consolidate all of those contracts, and it would come out to about $38,000, and that would lock us in for 10 years. Toward the end of that, it goes up slightly. It goes up to like $45,000 in the out years, but it's a pretty sweet deal, at least in the early years. By combining a bunch of contracts, we're saving quite a bit. He could talk more about that. And then the last ongoing item is a permit tracking software. It's very difficult in this organization without a permit tracking software to track progress on permits. But the thing that's really killing us on this is that we don't have a very good way to then take the hours that Craig and others are working on projects and permits and turning that into a billable hours to charge back to the person seeking the permit. And so we had the conversation about the fee schedule earlier. This is the other side of that once we get the fees set at the correct level, this is the way to be able to track progress toward permits and to then do the billable hours for them. And so for $6,000 would get us 2 seats a year in Acela. And we're not looking just at Acela. It's kind of the large, what is it? The Cadillac. The Cadillac version. We'd love to find something simpler and less expensive, and we're continuing to quest after that. There may even be an opportunity within Civic Plus to add this, but as a round number, as a placeholder, this is probably as good as we could do. So those were some suggestions we came up with. You may have a whole bunch of your own that you're, you would like to do as well.
I just have some questions on the one that you went over.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know if it's the proper time to ask it.
Do you want me to wrap up real quick? This is the last slide, and then we can go to questions.
Then I got my questions.
Yeah,
All right,
so
I'll do that.
what I really want to emphasize is this, though, that still, this is not changing. The overall financial position remains really sound and really stable here in Clayton. This is we're actually very insulated from a lot of what's happening in other jurisdictions. You may be aware of neighboring cities that are having real financial struggles, where people are talking about layoffs, and that's significant. And we're not in that position. We do have reserves, and it's really a question about how those reserves get used, right? And so, if we look at 27, we could take that deficit and cut it in half with the recommended adjustments that we provided you in detail at attachment B. Fund balance reserves remain strong. We can't emphasize that enough. We know how we got here. The question is, what do we want to do going forward, I think, as a city? And so the fund balance at the end of 26 is likely to be around $6 million, but that reserve policy minimum is 2.28 for this year. And for next year, it's slightly different, a little lower reserves, and a little bit high. The minimum would go up because our revenues go up. So that becomes key. And then we found about $2.7 million in one time and about between $100,000 and $275,000 in ongoing expenses that you might want to consider funding from some of those reserves. Now I'm done.
Okay, I'm going to address my last question now, and that's when you came to the fund balance, and you say revenues appear to be stronger in outer years. Was that what you said?
Actually, what I was saying about the current economic conditions, I think I'm a little nervous in the short term about revenues, just because of the sources for them.
Yeah.
I won't say, I think our growth rate for revenues at between 2.5% and 3%, I'm hoping we get there. I'm hoping we're going to be able to get to 2.5%. I'm afraid they might be a little lower than that. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to, but I'm also not sugarcoating it either.
Okay,
So-
well, you're hitting on a point that had been brought up by at least one or two other individuals in terms of the fact that we've authorized a utilization of 40% of the reserves.
Right.
It doesn't appear that we're even coming anywhere near that, correct?
That is correct.
So, and yet they get, as we use them, aren't they being replenished? They're not?
They're not. There's some interest being drawn because they're invested, and we're in Treasury bills, and they're running around 3.8 to 4%
Yeah.
gains on their value. But we take that money and we allocate it into the budget on a quarterly basis. We don't take it out of the fund. We leave it there so it's continuing to accrue interest and
Okay,
build.
okay.
But we from a booking standpoint, we book it into the budget and we allocate it out based on the source of those funds. And so to say it's growing, not unless you get something new, a big new source of money. So, and those aren't coming anymore. So ARPA's not happening again. Those kinds of chunks that were put into reserves by this council, and wisely so. If you didn't have something to spend it on, might as well save it for when you're ready. So it's not growing in that big sense.
Okay, well, right now, yes, we're going through a very challenging time nationally on revenues, but at some point, I mean, Mr. Juan supervises a rather large entity. What do you see on the horizon out there? Is there going to be some turn, and at some point, revenues will increase and replenish the things that we have spent money on?
No,
You don't see it?
no. I mean, if I could really predict it, I probably wouldn't be in this job. But
Okay.
so it's kind of a coin toss. But I would say, if you look at our source of funding,
Yes.
it's generally property tax. Property tax
Given, yeah, given.
increases year over year, capped. There's strong inflationary pressure. Inflation usually only ratchets one way. It exceeds revenue growth. So unless something very significant changes to
Okay.
the California landscape, we'd probably face certain challenges
All right.
going forward, I'd say.
Okay, now let me get to some of these specific things as opposed to the overall. Back to the Police Department Tech and Officer Safety, 32,000. Firearms. Define that. Do the officers have their own firearms, or is the police department giving them firearms or utilizing department-owned firearms?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, council, staff. So for firearms, we purchased the duty firearms, which we issue to officers, back in 2014. So they're currently 12 years old. So they've exceeded their life expectancy. And we still maintain them, we still make sure they're safe and all that, but there's a certain life expectancy to the firearm. So we're at the point now where those have to be replaced.
Okay, and I guess my question is, when did we switch from having the officer provide their own firearm versus the city providing it?
A long time ago.
Yeah.
30 years ago, the city provided mine, 1990. City provided mine in 1990.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's typically, historically, when most agencies started doing that.
Right.
We have a policy where police officers can provide their own firearm under certain parameters.
Okay.
However, we still have an obligation to make a duty firearm available to officers. Should there be an issue, should there be something where their firearm goes out of commission, we have a duty to make sure that we have sufficient firearms for all officers.
I understand. Tactical gear. Amplify on that a little.
Sure, no problem. So a couple things we need to address. One is we had a couple years ago, we updated our ballistic helmets to the most current models and safety standards. One of the gaps we identified is that we don't have proper face protection for those ballistic helmets. So we identified that as a need. So that's one of the issues. The other is spike strips for ending pursuits, safely ending pursuits. We currently have one mechanism, possibly two mechanisms that we have in place. They're carried in the supervisor vehicle. We don't have those available to all the officers, and they're rather cumbersome. So this is to update that, upgrade that so that every officer has that capability in their patrol vehicle. And then also, those are the safety items.
What's the mobile data for low mileage police vehicles?
Yeah, so we currently have another police vehicle. It's a 2019. When we purchased our new vehicles, we used some of the equipment out of that to equip the brand new patrol vehicle. Okay. This vehicle is still viable. I think it has something around 40,000 miles, still in excellent shape. So we've identified a need to equip it with a mobile data computer and mount, and make sure that it's a fully functional patrol vehicle should we need it. So should we have vehicles go down or have one involved in a collision or something like that.
Okay, and then the other area is the Grove and community park cameras. You want to put because right now the community park doesn't have any cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, and then the ones that are at the Grove Park, those are outdated, some not working, no replacement parts, and all those things that go in.
Yeah, so the Grove, I'll address that first. Okay. The cameras are working. We have identified that they're insufficient, though, in order to either conduct follow-up investigations or to accurately identify issues going on in the park. There's no technology overlay on the camera. They're essentially dumb cameras, and it takes significant amount of staff time. If we have an incident that occurs, let's say over a weekend or something like that, and we're investigating that, it's basically one for one. We have to have an officer sit there and go hour by hour going through video feed, which is very cumbersome and not dependable in the long term. So we identified that as
very productive, I would say.
And not productive, yes. Right. So we've identified that as a significant gap, especially given the prominence of the Grove Park in our community. And then the other is Clayton Community Park. It's a valuable asset in our community, and currently we have no ability to either monitor or to go back and investigate if something were to occur at that, or to see what type of traffic's going in and out, and that's a significant exposure.
Yeah, because that has appeared on a number of problem areas back in the past, well before both Chris and you were here. I know that there's been issues up there, and that would be very helpful. The last thing I had is on the updating of the emergency operations plan. Glad to hear that finally happened. That's one thing where it's one of those books that are on the shelf and never gets looked at.
Yes.
And there's some real critical issues based upon just the evolution of time and where we are today. So compliments on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions on the, wait, did you conclude your presentation?
Sorry. Yeah, I did. I think what we were looking for perhaps tonight, and depending on how you'd like to proceed, you'll recall back to the budget hearing where we had an attachment that allowed you to share with us, give us some direction on which of these or other items you would like to add, so that then we can collect those, see that there's consensus, and then we can add those in and bring them back with a final set of budget adjustments that would include all of these at the April 21st meeting. Skylar's got that spreadsheet queued up and ready to go if you want to. But this list is available. Skylar's ready to do that if we want to switch over that. That was what I was going to suggest would be our next step for the process.
Help me understand on the expenditures, salaries and benefits, you have 190,000 less. Does that mean less?
On the expenses, it's $190,000 less in expenditures.
How did we come to that?
Well, I think part of that is the result of some of those staff changes that we've made where we had some other assumptions, so we saved money in a number of those. And so that's really how we got there.
Okay. Thanks.
restructuring.
I just have a couple of things. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you done? Okay. Looking at library exterior paint, I've never, I've been sitting on the Library Foundation Board of Directors for 4 years. Nobody's ever mentioned the exterior, but we have a Phase 2 and a Phase 3 of our refresh that is completely unfunded. So I would just throw that out there, that rather than paint the outside, use some money, because we have it's almost $1 million gap if we were to implement everything that the county and the architect are recommending in Phase 2 and 3. Phase 1 is covered. Hopefully, we're going to be starting, I hate to say September, but we're hoping.
Should be.
Yes, and that is in part from money that the city has put in, the foundation and the living trust that the library has. The other thing is, I thought we talked at one point about facility rental software, and I didn't see that on the list.
That's part of Civic Plus.
Oh, it is part of
Yep.
Civic Plus. Okay,
Yes.
check. And then the extended hours for the library. And I know we've brought this up several times before because it is an ongoing request every year. People don't like that it's closed on Sunday and Monday and certain nights. But I just think it's, where we've always hesitated, correct me if I'm wrong, is that to use the reserves, we need an ongoing funding source. And to me, that's almost better use with our 1% sales tax that we've been talking about so that it's sustainable. And to pull it out of reserve, I would hate to add the hours and then have to take them back if we didn't have money in succeeding years. So I don't know how everybody feels about that. And I know we do have a pending request from the library right now, correct?
We do. They sent it to me late last week. I agree with you. My recommendation is this is something that would be fantastic for this community to implement and extend the hours. I mean, we know how heavily used this library is. But I would also recommend that we don't do that unless we have additional ongoing funding to help support that versus getting to a point maybe 3-4 years down the road where you go, just kidding, we have to pull those hours away from you now because we don't have the ongoing funds to support it.
Not good. So a couple other things on my list, I'll wrap up here, is I'd like to see us run the fountain every weekend. I feel like I'm a broken record on the fountain, and it is important. I think it's a beautification project. I think it looks absolutely stunning when it's on. I was very disappointed it wasn't on for Easter, and I'm hoping we can have a separate discussion about that. And I know that there's costs involved in running it every weekend, and so maybe reserve funding is not the best, be something more sustainable. We talked about the baseball field, and the other one I had on my list, I'm hoping at some point, are we going to come back? We said this at the conclusion of all of our budget meetings last year, that we were going to come back and have a completely separate discussion about sidewalk repair and paving. We were not exactly sure what our paving index was. I think we had 2 different reports, one a little better, one a little bit worse. And then are we going to have that separately at some point? Because we're good for 26, but not for 27 or 28, right? Dennis?
Yes, because we need to establish what we're going to do. If we're going to stay with the every other year paving project, or we're going to do every year, what are we willing to address in terms of, that's why that $100,000 in the chart is to do some repairs, but it's mainly to do exploration of what we need to do throughout the city. We know we have non-compliant curb cuts in some areas for accessibility, determining sidewalks that are damaged and need to be repaired. Are they our responsibility? Is it the homeowner adjacent? Was it caused by our trees? So there's some work to be done around that area. But yeah, it certainly needs to come back and be a discussion item. I would hope that we have a wonderful staff person. I keep saying that, but that is the goal, is to bring somebody on who this is their wheelhouse, so to speak, and can lead this and make recommendations to council. The best way to utilize our funding on an ongoing basis for both of those.
Because that 100,000 is just a study. That's not even doing the work, right?
Probably close to the study. There may be some residual to do some work, but it's we know pieces and parts. Pine Hollow needs to be done, and our trees are destroying that. We have that on the, but how many miles of sidewalk do we have that we don't know? Oops, that's kind of what we need to address.
Right. All right, that's all I had on my list. I mean, and the signage at Endeavor Hall would be a nice to have, but to me, $8,000, I don't know. We'd have to look at the rest of our priorities.
The one thing I neglected to bring up is that you might want to go to public comment before you start considering what to put on that chart, so that if you want to get some feedback from the public, before you start kind of giving us direction on possible funding of programs.
I just want to see if there's questions or.
I wanted to amplify on the running of the pump there, the waterfalls, or what have you. Have we ever defined what it costs per hour to run that thing? Because that's been one of those items that have been always, well, I think it's this.
So we went back, I shouldn't say we, Dennis and Jennifer went back and looked at days that we actually ran it, looked at those bills for PG&E, which is an interesting process because rate fluctuates throughout the day, right? Down to the brass tacks, it's $400 for 8 hours.
For 8 hours? Well, that's a heck of a lot less than the $300 an hour that a former occupant of your office used to tell us. Okay.
A few occupants ago. A few occupants ago.
So if you were to run it every weekend plus, I think we figured out 12 holidays, you're looking at about $50,000 a year to run that fountain. Yeah.
But you said $400?
400.
8 hours?
Correct.
Any other questions for staff?
I have some.
Okay.
I have a quick question about it's on the ongoing budget request slide. Chief had mentioned, and I think you did I think Dennis did in your report or your presentation, it was at the end of life that we're locked in for 10 years. Did I get that right? At the almost $38,000? I guess what I'm trying to understand is, if it's an ongoing budget request, is this an annual cost? I don't understand. So they're going to get replaced every year? They wouldn't all just be replaced all at once?
No, I'm happy to address
Okay.
that. Yeah, no, it's confusing. So I actually have something to reference because it's confusing.
Okay.
So let me pull that up here.
It sounds like it's just annual licensing.
It is. So there's several components to it. So currently we have, let's see here if I got this right. We currently have 3 contracts with Axon. They're 3 independent a la carte contracts. They expire, they have to be renewed in 2029. So we have to, that's a horizon for us, right? Event horizon for us. That totals currently, what we're currently paying is about $35,000 a year for our current technology package. That's storage, equipment, all that kind of stuff. In 2029, all those things will have to be replaced, which becomes very expensive because we're paying whatever those costs will be at that time and have to renew those contracts. The approach in the past has been to a la carte those different components. For example, body cams. We purchased those body cams in 2019. They're 2 generations old now, and they're no longer serviceable. So, and they're not under warranty. And even if a part breaks on them, we have to buy a whole new camera, of which they're phasing out anyways. The same, our tasers, which we purchased a few years ago, we're in the same boat. In other words, we own those properly. In a few years, we're going to have to completely overhaul that, and also with the accompanying components of that. And then we have our storage, and then our fleet cameras, which are in our vehicles. We also purchase those a la carte. So in a few years, we're going to have to wholesale replace those as well because they wear out over time. By purchasing, again, a la carte, brand new body cams, which need to be, it's a critical thing at this point, that would require our costs to be about $37,000 a year. I'm sorry, $39,000 a year buying those a la carte. That's what our load would be on an annualized basis. By consolidating all the contracts into one contract, aligning all those time periods, and securing that pricing for 10 years. Over the next 5 years, we would reduce our annual cost by $2,000 and have new equipment. That equipment, as part of that contract, would be automatically refurbished for us during that 10-year period. So several different intervals, but essentially we'd get new body cams today, and then in 5 years we'd get brand new body cams at no additional cost. That's already built into the contract. Same way with the fleet cameras, same with our taser weapons as well. So it's a way of consolidating everything into one contract, and it would actually save us about $10,000 over the next 5 years, and then that would be kind of absorbed into the previous or the next 5 years, and it's all locked in at today's pricing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What happens at the end of 10?
So at the 10, we would look at a renewal.
Do we get new equipment?
Yeah, so at that time, there's a couple different ways to go about it. At that time, if we said, you know what, we don't want to go into a renewal type contract, we would still keep the equipment. The equipment would be ours.
But it doesn't, the life is not.
The life is not there, and then we'd have to look at buying new equipment. Anyways, at some point, you know, depending on how quickly those fell off. We would still have to renew the data storage component of that, right? Because otherwise you have a piece of equipment you can't use, right? And you have to have that data storage.
Okay.
Does that answer?
That brings up another question on
Yeah.
equipment. Have you completed the encryption function of all the radios?
Yes, that was completed several months ago.
Okay.
Yep, along with the rest of the county.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm done with the chief, thank you. And then the other question that I had is on the one-time budget request piece, I won't go into each of them, but I am curious in general, how much of the reserves are we using for operational, like, that are ongoing operational expenses? Are there any? And I'm thinking contractors, anything.
Right. So I think when we created that list, we really did truly mean for the longer list to be one-time expenses.
Okay.
Basically all in costs for whatever that is, whether it's the sidewalk plan, whether it's the other things, the baseball field, we would see those as all in. And those are estimates. I mean, I'm going to give you my normal caveat, which is that number definitely isn't right. But it's a placeholder for what it will be, and you'll get to see what it actually is when we come back for a contract or whatnot.
Okay.
So, I think that we really did try to separate out the one-time versus the ongoing. That's why we created the two slides.
Okay.
As a way to really try to faithfully represent what's one-time, truly one-time.
Okay, so then a different way to ask it, have any of the reserves been used for ongoing operational costs to date?
To balance the budget, yeah.
Balancing the budget, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, and then, on the expanding the baseball fields one, I know it's a wish, but where exactly is that going? Are we at CCP upper field or lower field?
Lower.
Oh, okay.
So Lily has not shared the plan with me, but they actually had a plan developed.
Okay.
of what it looks like. They had a cost estimate from a few years ago. According to them, they approached the city manager, and the city manager said, no, we're not interested, so they put it away. The folks I met with, spring break is this week, they're gone, so we're going to reconnoiter next week, get the plans, and continue that dialogue of what that looks like. Their cost estimate from a couple of years ago was $400,000, but they felt, again, reduced with sweat equity and having members of Little League that are in the trades being able to assist. So my placeholder was 500. I feel we can do it for much less, especially if we can partner with the community on a community build for that park. The grass is existing. We're talking about some fencing, water fountains, dugouts, pitching or batting cages, and cutting the infield and moving some irrigation so that you don't have sprinkler heads in the infield. So it's not like you're developing and grading and starting from ground zero. So I think it's a very viable option, but there's more to come on that too.
Okay. I just couldn't picture it. That's why I was curious more than anything. And then I think my last question is, can you tell me, after they finish doing the study for the sidewalks, whoever does this, then what?
Then we would have a list of what needs to happen. So kind of two pieces. If it's our city responsibility, getting an engineer's estimate on what that cost, bringing that back to council, what would you like to do? If it is frontage of private ownership and they're responsible, it would be up to code enforcement to provide those notices of, hey, this is a trip hazard, it's not accessible or passable, and notifying them and going down that process.
Okay, and so I know that when your predecessor, the interim city manager, was here right about the time you were coming on, he was talking about a sidewalk policy, working with the residents, a pilot program. Did anything happen with that? Did it die?
I believe Larry presented it to council and council said no.
Don't do it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Other questions for staff? All right, public comment. If you have public comment on this item, now is the time. This is item 8A. I do have one speaker card. If anyone else would like to have a comment on this item, feel free. Mr. Hayden, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm here to address the one-time reserve funding requests. And I got involved in this looking at some particular needs we've got on what I consider on an urgent basis. It's an outgrowth of the Firewise program that Councilmember Tillman initiated some time ago to try to help each of the individual homeowners reduce their exposure to fires. And with the upcoming fire season coming, with the warm weather that's expected and the growth that's expected, we think Clayton certainly will be exposed to fire, if not this year, certainly next year. And we have to make sure that we properly advise our residents on what to do if there does become a major wildfire that approaches our city limits. And I think we need to learn from Paradise and Santa Rosa. You need to have those plans well thought out and executed and everyone on board with the same plan. And initially, when I saw this list of budget requests, I didn't see any unique requests for an emergency evacuation plan. And I have called Dennis a couple of times and asked him if one existed. And we weren't under the impression that a current one does exist. And then he did upgrade the list tonight with the funding request and did add in the update of the 2019 City Emergency Operations Plan. And I would certainly hope that an emergency evacuation plan would be part of that plan, because we have to make sure we get the fire department, the police department, everyone on board to how to quickly react to a potential threat that our city is exposed to, and work with our neighboring communities. I understand there is a county effort underway to do some overall regional planning so that we can properly utilize very efficiently the resources necessary for all of our communities if we're facing a similar fire threat. So I want to make sure we do get approval to move this up in staff priority. and get an urgent need then for the development of an emergency response plan for Clayton and get the communities involved and certainly develop a good, quick communication plan on how to get the word out. Dennis did share with me some excellent new upgrades that's going to be available in the near future on how we can get warnings out to our community. And this is the type of warning I would expect to utilize that type of system. So I just want you to make sure that that's on the list of these, the use of reserve funding, because that's an urgent community need that I think we need to address, and the council certainly needs to set that aside and direct the staff to work on that activity. Thank you.
Thank you. If any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment and bring it back for discussion. So one of the ways I wanted to frame this is, does this actually represent a funding request, or is this more of an informational thing so that we could take note and then come back at another time? Because I don't feel like you're asking for approval of any specific thing.
Not asking for approval, we're asking for direction. If you want us to include it in the budget adjustment for 27, that's what now is a good time to do that.
Okay.
So we are asking for direction. Again, we'd bring back anything you get consensus for, we'd bring that back with the package on the 21st for approval.
Okay. Anyone have anything that they'd like to raise? I have a few comments that I was hoping I could make, but I don't. Okay, so in regards to some of these one-time requests, kind of similar to what Councilmember Triviano was saying on the exterior paint of this building, is that on a schedule of like how often we paint our buildings? Probably not. That's almost rhetorical. So I will echo what I said earlier. All of the things, these just regular maintenance items, should just be on a schedule. Because just like everyone's house, you have to repaint your house once in a while. You have to repaint your buildings. We should essentially establish what that time frame is, and then just do it on a time frame. Like, I think that's a better way to handle it. I don't know if anyone here recalls the last time this building was painted. I certainly don't, and I'm not sure what the useful life on exterior paint is either. So those are the kind of questions that we would want before we say, yeah, let's do it, at least for myself. I think the way that we position this, I think, is very important. And if we're talking about one-time funding, I think it's very important that we isolate the funding out of the general fund. So if we're like, for whatever items we say we want to do it, when you look at, if we say we want to do XYZ in 27, when you look at the end of 27 in the general fund, you shouldn't see these coming through the general fund. Like, because I know it is general fund money, that's fine. But if there's a way to isolate the activity so that when you look at I forget what the schedule is in the ACFR, but when you look at it, these will obviously create a large deficit in FY27, right? But I think that would be misleading unless you understand that we are choosing to use reserves to do some of these deferred maintenance items and other items. So I don't know what the prescribed way to do it would be, but I think it would be very useful for the community to have these set aside. So we say, like, these are the projects that we are taking on, whatever they happen to be, so that it's clear that this is not a part of our regular ongoing operations. So you guys can think about how you want to do that. I don't need to know, but
Okay.
I think
We
that
do
would
have
be
we do have a fund with projects in it.
Exactly.
And I think that's what you're talking, that sounds exactly like what you're
It would
talking
just be a good way to isolate it so that it's very clear to the community what we're actually doing. Because part of this is not only doing the things that we're supposed to do, but demonstrating that we're actually doing them. And that would be a good way to do it, I think. Okay, so that was kind of like my main point. The rest of these things, I mean, is in one of the slides, we say that staff has identified 2.69 million in one-time funding requests. The things on this page don't add up to 2.7 million. They're like 1.8.
That included the deficit that we pulled out, that we changed to TBD.
But the 2026 is incorrect, right?
The
At 952?
2026 is, yeah, we're not staying
Right.
with that. But for the total, where I did state that did include at that time the calculation for that included the 950.
No, I mean, I know that.
Okay.
But it shouldn't say this number here then.
It should not.
Right? Correct. Okay, so I was just like, I'm doing math, and I'm like, that doesn't match. So, okay. For the sidewalk study, which it's a lot of money for a study. I don't know how to ask this does it increase our liability to know? Should we not know?
No, you should have a plan and you should be working towards that plan. It
Right,
doesn't
but-
mean that once we identify it, we have to do it all at once. But if we identify it and we know and we are doing incremental work, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the way in previous
My understanding is like,
agencies, that's how we addressed it.
If you have a known issue and you do not take action, it's a lot different than if you have an unknown issue and do not take action. But Mom,
Because
please opine.
Cities have millions of miles of roadway and sidewalks and nobody can fix it, but they all have ADA transition plans. They have these kinds of studies in place, and you have to allocate funds annually to address it. Doesn't mean you have to do it all next year.
I mean, if you're testifying and someone says, did you know about this? And I didn't know about that particular item, but we do have a plan to address all items, is a lot better answer than, yeah, I knew about that one and I chose not to do it. So you tell me.
It's good to have the plan, but I would encourage on these to have the funding to implement the plan as quickly as possible. It won't absolve you of all liability if we know about it and have a plan to fix it 5 years later.
Okay, but I guess my question is more like, is it more defensible to not know?
I don't think so.
Well, it's, when there's a dangerous condition, one of the elements is, did you know about it?
That's
So
what I'm
I think
saying.
that's to your point.
That is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, if we already know about it, and part of this is prioritizing the level, then
Well, I mean, we could assume that there is a level of known unknowns. And so one of the criteria for liability attaching is did you know about it? And so if we didn't know about that particular one, we could truthfully answer, we did not know about it. I think that puts us in a better position. If we happen to know about it, then we should take action. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if the study itself actually helps us unless we're prepared to address it.
Well, on top of that, then my concern is the study's 100,000, we're estimating. What is the overwhelming cost of repairing? And then do we come up with a plan that's like a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan? And if something happens in between, it's something that's been identified, but we haven't fixed it yet? I don't know that.
So that one I'm a little questionable on because I think it presents risk and we don't really have the means to address what it would find. So that's me.
I get what you're saying. If someone trips on a sidewalk and breaks their skull open and we didn't know about it, that doesn't mean we just go.
No, it does not.
Right?
But the negligence claim depends on knowing.
You know, so. Yeah.
Yes. I think we all agree that public safety is key. I think that we know that because several people have mentioned it to us, we've seen it ourselves driving around, that there are buckled sidewalks, et cetera. We know that these exist. I would prefer that we know where they are and put a plan in place to address them. And I frankly, I'm not going to say I don't care how much it costs because I do, but we need to fix them. So I don't like that it's $100,000. I hope it actually comes in less than that. If we're going to be using 311 and having people identify things for us, maybe that cuts down on that cost too before this is actually implemented. But not doing something is not an option for me. We have to do this. That's my 2 cents on that one line item. I don't know if we're really calling it a sidewalk safety program. That's why I asked, then what? What happens after we get the information? But we have to do something about all of those routes. Driving here, before you get to Marsh Creek Road, there's a part of the sidewalk that is like this when you're driving by. People probably don't realize it unless you're walking over, but it's buckled. That should be fixed this week.
I walk over it every day, yes.
It should be fixed this week.
Right.
It's a problem.
But I do think that there is some risk in identifying and then not fixing, because we have no idea what the price tag of doing all this work might be. And I kind of like the 311 self-reporting system, where people are saying, hey, this is a nuisance in my neighborhood, needs to be fixed.
My concern is when negligence attaches and the liability because we have because we were informed. So
Well, and 311 is going to do that. If we don't
That
have
will do
funding
it
for
automatically.
availability to fix that, when I get that report that this sidewalk segment is a trip hazard,
well, then
and we
then
go,
we know. So once we know, then we can
but if we don't have
address.
the available funding for that,
Yes. But incurring a $100,000 fee to, that one seems less, it has some cons to it, is what I'm saying. So, beyond just the cost. So, everything else I think I was okay with. The one thing is, does the items that you identified earlier, Chris, on the other presentation for the other major projects, those aren't here. But isn't those going to be using some one-time dollars too, to like the sidewalk, let's say? So the Mitchell Canyon sidewalk, that's going to use one-time dollars. It's going to happen in '27 if you cross your fingers just right. But it's not on this part.
so that was addressed in the CIP. It's listed with Measure J funds.
Okay.
And transportation fund.
Okay. So the other items, so there shouldn't be an overlap if there's a separate funding source.
Correct. The only one that we may have to bring back is the Cardinate Trail. We don't know what that number is yet, so that may be something that we bring back and say we need additional funding for that piece.
Okay. Okay.
Well, and then again, all I can say is I have no problem with any of the list, but the library exterior painting, I'd like to really see us spend the money on the inside, not the outside. I pass by the library every day. I really, I mean, and we've got, you're getting, Geneva Moss was here earlier, thousands of people come. This is like our community center. And to me, the interior, way more important. And we just do not have funding sources for all of Phase 2, and I don't think we have any for Phase 3. So I'd rather,
How short is phase 2?
Chris, you have the most recent numbers we did?
Phase 1, we have a gap of $20,000. That's
Right.
nothing. Phase 2 is about $400,000. The main component in Phase 2 is reconfiguring the circulation desk up front, putting some different scanners and that kind of thing for self-checkout. And that total for that entire front area is $110,000.
Yep.
Okay.
109.
Yeah, I think I concur with.
So
Councilmember
maybe
Triviano.
could you come back to us with the Phase 2 and the Phase 3 number for the library refresh, and we'll see, like, we're using 171,000 now, or we hope to by September, It was in the 26, we might have to move that to the 27. And then what we could use in 27 and 28.
And I'm good with all the, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
All right, I switched topics.
You're good with all the what?
I'm good with all the police stuff.
Yeah.
too. I don't know. I think
Can I say
that's,
something?
yeah.
You know, I just wanted to say this for next year's budget. Dennis got it down to 345. Let's all remember that we have a rebate coming from Climatech, which is close to $300,000.
It's fed, but.
That could,
yeah,
pardon?
It's federal.
From the federal government. And that should just about even up the 2027 budget if he keeps on track. The things on this list, I agree with Councilmember Trupiano about the library. The law enforcement stuff, I think should be in the police budget. Those should be budgeted items. And I know it's not in there for the new one, but it's going to cost more. But those are all police things that are required.
Right. So it would get budgeted in the department budget.
Oh, it would?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for the equipment and stuff. I think on that, because it's single purpose. Now I'm going against what I said earlier about project funding,
No,
but it does seem like one of those things where you are dedicating it to a specific purpose for field use.
For a department.
It's not the same as the sidewalk project or the library
the
thing.
same.
It's completely different than that. So I think we would integrate that
Yeah.
right into
No,
the
that
PD
makes sense.
budget.
And the emergency operations plan, that's also going to be part of that telephone plan for the police or the automated phone that will tell people there's a fire or an emergency somewhere, please go out this road.
Yeah. So some of that's in the Civic Plus
Right.
program we have with mass notifications, but I think on the emergency operation plan, it would be a professional services contract that would be signed for somebody to develop the plan. Again, would be in the PD's department budget.
And just one thing about the sidewalks. You know, the city that I was a councilman with a long time ago, we had a company we hired. They did the exact same thing. Wasn't $100,000 though. But that list they prioritized because they're professional people. So we went down as much as we could each year to pay for it. And somebody did have an accident on one that was on their list. The attorney came to the city and said this, and we showed him the list. It's prioritized by this company, and if you want to take us to court, go ahead. But I don't know of any judge, while the city is trying, they can't do all of it. And he said, oh, you guys didn't make that list? And I said, no, it was this company. Feel free to call them. Never heard from them again. Because we were making the effort to do it. Because anybody can sue anybody for anything. Anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
I do have one other question just before we conclude. On the baseball field, I do think it's a great idea. I know Little League has always wanted to partner with us on that. Is that also a potential revenue source for us by renting it out? Like, will some of that, by adding another field, offset?
Yeah, there is revenue to be made during the season, and any other user that wants to use that field, whether it's soccer, baseball, kickball, whatever, yes. The preliminary conversation I had with Little League was not about free use of the field, but if they're going to be the partner in that, having the first right to that
First
field.
right of right field, yeah.
Which is,
Yeah, I think that's a great discussion. I'm not sure if that's allowed, but, it's fine.
And
You know, when that
Also-
field was first put in, I was here. That field was built like that to handle not just Little League, but Babe Ruth and kids older. And it has to be a certain size. We had tournaments here that were actually paid for by baseball organizations because we had a beautiful ballpark. And if we put a field somewhere else that's going to cut off that right field line, left field line, maybe that backstop could be movable. So if another organization wants to use it that has 16, 17, 18-year-old, it'll be a legal field. I don't know if we could do that, but maybe you can look at that when we get the plans.
Tournament, you won't be doing bigger kids in tournaments out there. If you don't have, we don't have the proper facilities to run tournaments.
Okay.
We don't even have outfield fences. And
That's true.
for tournament play,
Well,
that
you talked about
is.
fences, so I figured maybe
Yeah.
that'd be extended. No way. Okay.
And just speaking of sports, the last thing I just thought about, I didn't have on my original list, is the folks that have the contract at the gym. Isn't that contract coming up for renewal in '27?
I think our city manager is engaged with discussion.
Oh, you are? Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other, do you have what you need? Does anyone have any more
Yeah, the
input?
only other thing I'd say is anything that is safety related. So I know for years people were, had concern about the path that's outside of Mount Diablo Elementary School. Where are we right now? Wherever we are. It's one of these directions. Yeah, it's over there. It's up there. No, it's that way. Yes, above that, that there's no fence there. So if we're just thinking about, I haven't been up there lately, but people complain that it's just a drop-off, that the safety railing that should be up there is missing. So anything that I'll make a list and I'll send it to you, but anything that is safety related is what I'm going to be adding on there, whether it's to Keith's point, Mr. Hayden's point of evacuation procedures, et cetera. I will leave that to the experts, but anything that is safety related, I'm going to add to the list because I have a lot of emails over the years that people were complaining about things in this general area in downtown to keep safer, especially around the school.
Yeah, I think that area, I'm not sure if it applies to that particular section of the pathway with the cliff. But I know that there is a complication that, once you start touching things that aren't ADA compliant, then you need to bring them ADA compliant.
Yeah.
So touching those could be costly, I would say. So it's always a trade-off in that one. Definitely like with the railroad tracks on the
Yeah, I
on the
wasn't
path
going
down.
that far necessarily, just the drop-off that there's no fence.
Yeah.
There used to be, and it's not there anymore.
Did there used to be a fence?
According to people who have written to us, that is what, I don't know, because I've never walked around that.
I mean, it's been a little while for me since my kids were in school there, but I don't. I mean, I could have.
Yeah.
I could have just been misremembering. Okay. Any other thoughts to share with staff? Do you have what you need, or do you need more guidance?
Can I summarize it real quick and make sure I got it right? So it seems like people are, by and large, okay with the bulk of the list. The couple things that were specified was the library exterior paint, X-nay on that, and go and talk about the funding for phases 2 and 3 of the interior work that we're doing.
But still put it on the schedule.
And put it on a schedule, yes. But the exterior painting on a
Yes.
schedule, yes. That I'll work on all the schedules for all the pieces. And then on the sidewalk safety program, I think what we're really talking about here is there some way in which we get an inventory of that, whether it's through 311 or some other system, so we know what the priority safety projects are, and that we do that, but not necessarily engage in a full contracted study.
Can I make a request? Is there a way that you could succinctly summarize the point that I'm trying to make with regard to the liability question, and send it to council? Just the potential risk that there is? Okay, thank you.
So those were the changes, but otherwise I heard general consent on all the one-time items was that there was nobody really too unhappy with any of the other options as they were. So we would go and take those and build those into the 27 budget for next time.
Except the library extended hours, right? We're thinking
that's on the
of
next
a more
page.
So that's on the next page.
long-term.
Yeah,
got
so
it.
go over here. So
Well,
that
don't
was
leave
on the
page
one
yet.
time.
Don't leave that page yet. Back on the one time. The only other thing I would say is, I guess I'll see when you bring it back, the out years, 27, 28, the anticipated shortfalls. I don't know how I want to articulate this. at some point, I think that we need to start having real conversations about what are we going, I know you said we're bare bones, but either we're going to cut some things or not. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable saying I'm cool with us continuing to spin down one-time reserves unless I know what it's used for. And if it's for these things here, then I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean?
Gotcha.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what these numbers
Yes.
are for.
And I think they're there, and again, the piece that we're not talking about, especially for 28, is if the residents pass the 1% additional sales tax revenue, that changes all those numbers in a very different way. So we're listing them now as one time because we don't have that in hand, and we won't know until November whether we do.
Okay.
So that's why I think that's in a sense the solution to that is now if it doesn't pass, now we're talking about what are we going to cut?
Correct. Thank
Yeah,
you. That's what I wanted to make sure we.
We'll just say the words.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. So I think that's what I took away. So on the ongoing list, is there something we wanted to price in, either on library hours, the camera system, ongoing costs?
I don't think the library hours is a good thing at this point, and especially that last 4 hours is like the unit cost is craziness. But whatever. The police stuff is. I mean, we should be doing that.
Okay.
So
and then the only other thing was the permit tracking software.
I mean that we should. That is table stakes.
Yes.
I mean, we kind of need this stuff.
So with that, I feel like we got direction and feel very comfortable with bringing that back in 2 weeks.
And we already did public comment.
And Chris, when do we need to let the library, county library know about the extended hours? Do we have a deadline to let them know? Because
Yeah, it's long before November. So.
it's long before
yeah.
November, right?
But I can talk to the library. Well, even with the 1%, we won't have funding immediately. There's
Right.
so we're really looking at these numbers as a placeholder for the following year.
Right, because then the only other option would be you fund some additional hours once, but then we don't want to assume, and we don't want to take the hours away. Okay.
They're going to offer you the same pricing packages next year plus 3%.
Or more.
Or more.
Okay. All right. So with that closes item 8. And our next item is closed session. So if anyone has public comment on closed session now, it'd be good to offer it. What will happen is we will go into closed session, do our closed session-y things, then come back and report out anything that's reportable. That's a technical term. So if you have public comment on closed session, now's the time. All right, close public comment, and we'll go into closed session. Thank you, everyone.
Recording stopped.